Proxy Committee, are you ready to report? We are. Excellent.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Glover, Mr. Luther, and I have reviewed the proxies, and they are in order. Thank you.
We'll report the count when the Secretary can get back. At this time, RPT Organization Director Brandon Moore will take a moment to go over your packets.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you all are having a great day. Just about 15 minutes ago, I emailed out to each and every one of you the link to the digital packet, so that all of y'all should have that. All the materials are in there. You'll only see a few in that first folder that you go into, but then there's the digital packet folder as well that is available to the full public. It has the remainder of the documents as well. So y'all have the financials that are only available to you, the SREC. In addition to that, I also included the minutes from the fourth quarter meeting because I could not remember if I actually emailed those out earlier than today. So I apologize if I did not, but that's on me if I didn't. And then just a couple other notifications right quick. The VEP team will give you an update a little bit later today. They have a lot of those 10K for 10R push cards that y'all have been asking about, so you'll be getting more of those. And if you notice over in this corner, you see all the boxes. Those are platform comparison push cards. We need your help getting those out, so please remember to stop by and pick up some of those. Whether you take a box, there's about 1,250 per box, or if you just take a stack or two, there's 3 columns in each box, so there's about 400 give or take in each column. So need your help getting those out. We'd certainly appreciate it. Any questions? Okay, I'll get with you here in just a second. Any proxies that want it, I will be happy to get that to them. They can just come see me over here.
Can our guests also take some of these?
Sure. I mean, we want to make sure that the SREC has it, but we do have some of the guests that have already picked up some as well. So we're happy to help facilitate that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's all I got.
There are 62 members in attendance at this time. A quorum is present. The draft minutes, if any of you need to leave the meeting early this afternoon, Secretary Josh Flynn has proxy forms available for you to complete. Please notify Marion Knowlton of the proxy committee as well as the secretary so they can note it properly in the minutes. The draft minutes from the fourth quarterly meeting were distributed by email just a few moments ago and are also in your digital packet. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Without objection, the minutes for the fourth quarterly meeting are adopted. The agenda we've recommended is printed and distributed, includes things in an order meant to ensure business is completed in a timely manner. This order requires a motion and a vote to adopt. Is there a motion to modify our order of business to use the order in the distributed agenda? Chris McDonald, SD6, thank you very much. Is there a second? There is a second. All in favor of adopting the order in the distributed agenda, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Our agenda is amended to follow the order in the printed agenda. At this time, we will hear the Treasurer's Report by Larry Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After months of steadily increasing cash balances, the change went a different direction in January. At the time of our last meeting, I reported to you that operating cash was just under $2 million and the total cash was approaching $4 million. Today, operating cash is at $1,646,000. This is down about $350,000 or 17% from where it was at our December meeting. Total cash is little changed over that same time period and is now $3,866,000. The reduction in operating cash has been largely offset by increases in primary and victory cash. Operating cash actually peaked around year end at $2,159,000. Likewise, total cash climbed to about $4.4 million at year end. This current decline in cash should not be a cause for alarm. After all, maintaining a large cash balance is not the goal of fundraising. The goal is to have enough cash to carry out the plan. Balance will likely fluctuate over the rest of the campaign season as cash comes in and goes out. Of the total cash amount, $2,220,000 is set aside for various specific purposes: for victory, for the primary, for the state convention, and for CRC. The remainder, the part that is not restricted, is available for general operating purposes. Naturally, this balance changes from day to day based on transactions. Income and expense numbers we have available through year end. For the full year of 2019, net fundraising income for operating purposes amounted to $3,339,000. This includes $672,000 just in the month of December. Of the amount raised in December, $626,000 came from major donors. Total fundraising for 2019 is 10% more than the 2017 and 2018 fundraising amounts combined. And in fact, total fundraising for 2019 is about equal to the sum of that for the 3-year period before that, 2014, 15, and 16. That is an amazing thing. For the year 2019, operating expenses amounted to $2,097,000. And operating income exceeded operating expenses by $1.2 million, or 59%. Expenses increased, but only within the limits of increasing income. Campaign finance reports have all been filed as they came due. As you may know, John Alvey resigned effective December 31 as our accounting director. And to replace that resource, the party has engaged the firm of CFS, headed by Paul Rataco, to fill that void. And Paul is here with us this morning. And Paul, if you would come up and say a few words. Would you all welcome Paul Rataco?
Thank you, Larry. And thank you all for having me here today. I'm very excited to be able to tell you a little bit about myself and our firm and what we've been doing for 30 some odd years. So we are a finance and compliance firm in this space. So we manage compliance for members of Congress, local folks around the country, as well as PACs. We've done state work for state parties as well. So we've been doing that for 30 years. We've got a team of about 20 people all over the country. We are 100% cloud-based, so we're a high-tech enterprise. I'm very happy to say that most of my folks, our average tenure of our senior leadership is almost 18 years. My top folks have been with me for 21, 20, 19 years. We're celebrating 19 is actually going to be 20 here in about 2 months. So we're very, very fortunate to have a really talented group of people who know compliance and know accounting and can manage the books. One of the great opportunities that we present is scalability. Because we're a large operation, we're able to not have to worry about somebody leaving. Like Mr. Alvey left, he did a great job, but we've come in, we're now actually upgrading some of the systems to bring us into some of the new technology capabilities, which has been really actually great for you all. It's going to allow us to really save time and help you all be more efficient with hopefully your fundraising and things like that. And we've helped other folks around the country with this. We've done many Texans. One of our first clients was Dr. Burgess in Congress. We handle all of the compliance and accounting for Kevin McCarthy and leadership in the House of Representatives as well, which involves some very, very complex committees. I mean, we have committees that literally that are made up with 80 to 100 different entities. Understand what that means. Most committees, when you're dealing with a handful of committees. When you have to imagine, your votes, you've got to work back and forth. Well, when we're trying to get information on a deadline from 100 different committees, you have to be organized. You have to be able to manage these complexities very well. So we're very fortunate that we've got such good team members who are able to manage this kind of stuff. The largest committees like this before us were 10 committees. We're managing 10 times that. So we're very fortunate to have those skills. I just want to give you one final example of just what it means about to having us manage this. Because of these technological advances that we're going to be able to institute, we'll just take one process. Right now, it takes us 2 days to process a reimbursement for a credit card because you have to do a lot of manual entry in all the various systems. We've already implemented a new system with our technology. We'll be able to take 2 days worth of work, and we can now bring that down to under 2 hours. So by doing that, it allows me and my top leadership team to be looking at these numbers so that we can actually help the chairman and Kyle Watley as they're trying to make decisions about where we should be throwing our resources to make it more effective. So I just wanted to give you that one example. We're looking at a lot of other things like that so that we can hopefully make everything work a little bit more efficiently and better. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, any questions from the body for the treasurer or for Paul? Okay, seeing none, now would be, yes, sir. Paul, the name of your firm again? What? Yeah, CFS is what we write the checks out to, but it's Campaign Financial Services. Yes, Mr. McCloskey. Both. The question was, will there be someone in the office supporting accounting efforts, or will there be stuff off-site? Many of you this morning checked in with Matt Sowett, who is on RPT staff doing accounting efforts. Any other questions? Great. Then at this time, we will move on to National Committee Woman, Tony Ann DeShiel.
No, I'll go. I promise. I'm just asking them a question. Okay. Well, as we are getting ready to have the remote for my PowerPoint, I want to say hi. Glad to be here. This is awesome. And I want to start off with just a personal part of my life, which many of you has asked, and that is about my husband, who I just want you to know he is doing well. And I truly believe it's because of your prayers. So thank you so much for all of that. Can I walk with this? I hate standing in one spot. Okay, I'm on a little bit of a leash, but I don't have to stay in one spot, and I do have the microphone. So thank you again for all of your prayers. He is doing so much better, and it makes life a lot happier. So thank you so much. Let's get down to business now. The winter meeting was incredible. We have, of course, our chairman, Robin, and I see a number of other people that were there. Just last week we had that meeting, and I wanted to just go over some of the highlights. It was nonstop. We go in on Tuesday or Wednesday, and we don't leave until Friday, but it is very productive. It gives us an idea of what's going on. I think that first line right there, when you look at it, almost $500 million, as they said, it's a B, $500 million raised in 2019. We have cash on hand, which is $72 million, but that is over half of it's doubled of what Obama had at the same time in his reelection. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just knocking out of the park. So our chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel, our vice chair, he is very active. Tommy Hicks, who is, of course, one of us from Texas. And then our finance chair, Todd Ricketts, along with the Trump team, we are just doing incredible work of bringing money in. But it's not just big donors. It's all about all donors at all levels. And they are having an enormous, am I moving too much? And they're having an enormous amount of income coming in from donors that are paying $42, $35, because they care and they are mad about what's going on. All that money that we are bringing in is allowing us to have operations in 18 states at this moment. There's the field operations. I mean, we're way ahead of schedule in being out there in these states that are going to make a difference in November. And one of them is Texas. We're trying to get those numbers up, but we are working tirelessly out there. Now that one little part down there I think is really important to see. It's in the floor. But that's because we have no debt. We are no debt, and that is pretty amazing. But I just want to read two things. This is something that just came out. I don't know if you get the RNC emails, but this was done by the Fox, and they said RNC closes out best ever non-presidential year with record numbers for December. Let me just tell you two things. What Ronna said, Americans are investing in a party and a president that are fighting for them, and that's for all of us. And that is so true, because they know we're fighting for the freedom. So not to be a socialist country, that we are definitely in the fight to keep him as our president. And the last thing I wanted to say off of this paper is that this group of people that are out there, the 700 staffers, the thousands of volunteers, they have knocked on over 1 million doors across this nation. That's huge. Things are happening there. So I just wanted to let you know that. That's pretty exciting. So let's go. I wanted to talk about the Committee on Arrangements. As you know, that I'm the chairman. I know some of you have signed up the last time in September as a volunteer. Maybe you haven't heard back from them yet, but I will make sure. I'm checking on volunteers, working on that next week. We will make sure that you are being communicated. Marsha Lee Kelly, who is our president of the convention, she keeps on saying we're going to have a 5-star experience. Besides having that 5-star experience, we have 5-star employees or directors. We are going to be safe. We are going to have an incredible transportation. Nothing like what we experienced in Florida. That was a little disastrous. We're not going to go there, because that's all we remember. Yeah, right? It was disastrous. We have an incredible group. I walk into that headquarters, and when I'm in that headquarters, you can feel the energy, you feel the teamwork, and they are making things happen already, and we're way ahead of schedule also with where we're supposed to be with the convention. And it's connecting. I have the opportunity to connect with all the different organizations that are there locally or nationally. The residents, one little quick story is that we are planting trees. And I think it's so important that, and this is anywhere, that we have community involvement. Now, we did this before the president came out with his, trillion tree initiative, right? But we are planting 2,020 trees in the next 2 months. We started 2 weeks ago, and we will go through the next 2 months. But we are out there with the organization. I was there for the first planting, and I heard I was listening to the tree masters, and the guy says, one of the gentlemen said, the Democrats didn't do this. So the Republicans are making a difference. We were at a homeowners association planting these trees, and they had sent out to all of these residents, which were probably 100 plus, maybe 200, and they were telling them about the tree planting. But besides that, it said who was sponsoring it. And it was the Republicans. It was the host committee. It was the RNC. It was the COA. They knew we were there making a difference in their community. So we are connecting and leaving a footprint. Don't forget, August 24th to the 27th in Charlotte, we are there, and we're going to have a 5-star event, and I hope all of you have the opportunity to participate. I want to talk about a little bit what I've been doing around Texas, even besides going back and forth to Charlotte a lot. We went to Miami, to D.C., but I am out there in Texas. Just a little bit that I've been helping. Of course, I'm engaging with grassroots because if you know me at all, you know that's what my passion is. That's what I love, is that connection. That's where I get the energy to be able to fill all of these commitments that we have. But also, I'm a member of the Women for Trump. I've been involved in a number of the activities there throughout the state. And the thing I love, I know that you were just told, promoting. I get to work and promote this 4K, a 10K for 10 Rs. And this is so important. If you haven't do it, go over there and get that box, because this is a connection we have with people, and it's important, and we're engaging. We're getting more people out there to vote. And then I also was helping with the redistricting and getting that information out, encouraging people to go to those meetings and to be able to have their voices heard of how we need to be fair on that. And then this is the last part of my my presentation today is I'd like to announce that I am running for re-election, and that I will be. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. It's been an honor to be representing all of you at the RNC, representing all of the Republicans on the RNC, but I see it twofold, ladies and gentlemen. I see myself bringing back information from the RNC, but taking information back to them and having conversations with them. And I feel like I have connected. I feel like I have trust. I feel like I've built the relationships. You can see with the different committees that I have been on, I've been assigned to, or was elected to, or as chairman of the convention. They do have the trust as me as a leader, and I would hope to be able to continue that, to represent all of you, to take your calls, your emails, to communicate and be there for you. And what is our main goal? We need to get Republicans elected, but we also need to get 4 more years for our president and vice president. It's all about getting them elected and saving what we believe in. Thank you very much.
Tony Ann?
Just one more thing. Oh, excuse me. I forgot to ask for your support. Oh my gosh, how could I do this? And your vote. I mean, do we not tell that to every Republican candidate? Ask for the vote, and I do ask you for that. And so if you're going to convention, I will ask for your support and your vote. And if you feel that you would like to, I'd love to have your endorsement. Thank you very much.
So,
Oh, say my name. Oh my. Tony Ann DeShiel, National Committee Woman. Okay, thank you.
Tony Ann,
Yes, sir.
may I ask you a question? Mike McCloskey, Senate District 5.
Yes.
We've Texas has had a number of good hotels, and then we've had Tampa. So when will we know when the state hotel assignments will be announced?
They're going to be coming out in April. Do you think you have a little bit of influence maybe because I'm sitting there on the committee? Maybe.
I hope so.
I hope so too. So, but I can't guarantee it, but I'm going to work on that. I will tell you that's okay. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
And now to National Committee Man, Dr. Robin Armstrong.
All right, thank you all. Good morning, everybody. Yay. All right, glad to see you all are here. All right, so I'm going to go over some of this stuff again, but there's only, it's one thing better than going over it once is going over it twice, so you will remember it. So, they went over some receipts in December as well, and so receipts in December 2019, $26.5 million collected in December 2019. Receipts for the 2019-2020 cycle, and this is just from the RNC, okay? So this is $241.1 million in the 19-20 cycles thus far. And total cash on hand, as Tony Ann said, $72 million with $0 in debt. So that's actually pretty good. Tony Ann got a clap when she said that, so that deserved another clap. If I don't get a clap, I will ask for it. If I don't get compliments, I will seek them out. So, RNC Digital, in 2019, RNC Digital identified more than 83,000 volunteer leads to support the field operations. So as Tony Ann said, we've got folks in 18 states right now that are actively working and have been working literally since 2016. And so our digital operation actually has made that a lot easier. We've been able to actually accumulate volunteers, not only through going door to door, but also through our digital operations. There have been over 58 million ads that have been sent out to more than 30 million voters, driving voters to the polls, recruiting new volunteers, and supporting the president's agenda. And so, it is significant. I'm going to repeat this again later, but I think it's good to hear it twice as well. The RNC is working very, very closely with President Trump and with his campaign team. In fact, I think that this is probably the closest that a president and the Republican National Committee has ever worked together. And so I think that is significant. I think that deserves a hand as well. You guys are just not clapping on cue. How about when I raise my hand, y'all clap, okay? So like a Pentecostal revival. When I raise my hand, y'all clap, okay? So I raise my hand, y'all clap. All right. You can say amen too, that'll be good. So what was 2019 online, so this is just online, a significant amount, $176 million raised online. $64 million raised in the fourth quarter, $28 million raised in December, which was a record. And a lot of that December money is coming from all of this stuff going on in D.C. right now. And so Trump Victory website has been communicated. RNC Communications, Washington Post had an article out. The Washington Post actually put this out. Trump and the RNC raised almost $500 million last year. That's $500 million, and still had $200 million heading into 2020. And so that is significant for the Trump campaign and the RNC, which is, I'll tell you, the Trump campaign and the Republican National Committee are an example of how it should work. Okay, it really is. It is working so well in how we're not duplicating efforts, we're working together. The teams are going back and forth between the RNC building and the White House. And so it is really a great example and a very symbiotic relationship. And so the Associated Press put out that how Trump has been aiming to use the impeachment to rev up the base, and I think it's done that. His poll numbers have actually improved since this whole impeachment hoax has been going on. For every new registered Democrat in the state of Florida this year, Republicans have added 2. And so we have been actually out-registering them in the state of Florida, which is significant. Political campaigns target Wisconsin voters with laser-focused effort. And so these are all from major liberal publications. And so even the liberals are understanding and watching what's going on, which is significant. Like I said, I'll repeat it again, Trump campaign coordination is the best it's ever been. President Trump, at the meeting last week or a week and a half ago, I've been going to so many meetings, I think it was a week and a half ago, Tony Ann. And so, but we had a meeting. Eric Trump actually spoke to us at that meeting, and President Trump came and spoke to us as well. They are very, very upbeat and excited about what's going on. And it's exciting to see that they're excited and not really not down about this whole impeachment fiasco. They're thinking, and I'm thinking as well, that we're going to reelect our president, we're going to hold on to the Senate, and we're going to take back the House of Representatives. At the meeting, we had an event. The Faith Advisory Committee had an event. We went to some churches in the local area and did some meetings on the pro-life issue, and was able to really get a big positive response from that. I had an event actually in Raleigh, North Carolina, a few days before our meeting, where I headlined an event. I was the keynote with Diamond and Silk was there, and we had a civil rights activist that was there as well, and so we were all on the program. I don't know if I put that on Facebook or not. Maybe I did, but I may have forgotten to. But I got a cool picture, a selfie with me and Diamond and Silk in it and the audience, and so that was kind of cool. I'll show that to you later. I'll be here all day today, so I'll show that to y'all later if y'all are interested. But they did a fantastic job. You know, you see them on television a lot, on Sean Hannity's show, but they're really, they did a great panel discussion with Diamond and Silk, and they were asking a gentleman named Clarence Henderson, they were asking him questions. And his name is Clarence Williams, I'm sorry. But he is actually one of the Woolworth Four, the Greensboro Four is what they call them. And what that is actually today is the 60th anniversary of those 4 college students in Greensboro, North Carolina, at North Carolina A&T Stadium. They actually staged a sit-in at a Woolworth store. And it actually it talks about how this is what propelled the civil rights movement, and so it's a significant event. If you look at Google today, it'll actually have the 4 guys sitting there, and so just commemorating that took place actually today, 60 years ago. And so this gentleman, one of those gentlemen that came in the next day, he was actually on the panel, and Diamond and Silk actually were talking to him about the experience and everything, and that was it was a great event. We had a lot of folks there who support the president, a lot of folks there who do not support the president, but that's part of the engagement effort that Black Voices for Trump is doing, of which I'm on the advisory board. And so that was in North Carolina. We're going to be doing stuff like this all over the country, just getting folks to come out and to hear and talk about what the president is doing right now. And so that is exciting. President Trump's approval rating in the African American community still sits at 35%, which is significant. Yay. And so many events that'll be coming up until Election Day. African American engagement is expanding significantly, and folks, there are some great African Americans who are running for Congress this year, and it's going to be exciting to see how they do, because I think people are going to be really surprised. I'm looking at numbers now where we're going to see people coming out in areas that we just didn't think possible. I think a lot of folks are really sickened by this whole impeachment fiasco and hoax that's going on, and I think people are also motivated. Our base is motivated like never before. Very rarely do you go into a re-election campaign as president with 90 to 95% of your base supporting you. That just does not happen. And so that's what's happening now, and so the base is solidly on board. And as I said before, it gives us an opportunity to go out and engage others, and so that is significant. I also was served on the Election Integrity Committee, and so we are treating election integrity this election cycle kind of like politics. We have regional directors for election integrity. And so it is significant. We had a meeting, and Tony Ann and the chairman, Chairman Dickey, and myself actually met with them during our RNC meeting. And we're going to really be focused on this because there's a lot of issues out there with election integrity. And so the Republican National Lawyers Association are working very closely with that committee. We've got a lot of activity to make sure that this election is not stolen, which we know the Democrats are not above doing. And so, so we actually are engaged in that now like never before because of the lifting of the consent decree. How many of you would agree that the Democrats are going crazy? They've lost their minds, and so, but we cannot assume we'll win the election because of this. We have to make sure that every Democrat candidate wears everything that their future nominee is talking about. You know, they're about to nominate a communist as their nominee for president, and so we'll see what happens this Monday in Iowa. But it is significant. Democrats' agenda for America: reparations, raising taxes, reinstituting the death tax, anti-Semitism, decaying urban cities under their watch, aborting babies until they're born, empowering terrorists to destroy Israel. They're about to nominate a communist as the Democrat presidential nominee, destroying our health care by kicking off 180 million Americans from their current private health care systems. That is the Democrat agenda. Every candidate that is running for under the Democrat Party banner this year needs to wear that stuff. You need to put that on them and make them answer for all of that. That is how we're going to win elections. President Trump, on the other hand, more popular than he's ever been, despite this crazy impeachment hoax. Poll numbers are increased. America's prosperous, over 7 million jobs produced, record low unemployment in all racial groups, historically low unemployment among women, historically low unemployment among the poor, wage increases for blue-collar workers, stock market at record highs, terrorists being killed all over the world, military rebuilt. We are now energy dependent, so we don't have to get involved in Saudi affairs and Middle Eastern affairs because we're energy dependent. We don't need it. I was talking with a guy yesterday. Sorry if I go long, Chairman, but I was talking with a guy yesterday who is Syrian, and I was just trying to write my notes at the hospital, seeing my patients, and he started talking to me about politics because he knows I'm involved. And so he told me he brought up something to me that was really telling. He said that a couple of years ago, there were 2 Saudi oil refineries that were attacked by Iran. And 20 years ago, this would have been world news for us, but it didn't even make a blip in our press because it didn't change oil prices at all. There is a reason for that. There's a reason for that because we are energy independent. That is significant. And that is a significant thing, that we're not dependent on Saudi oil anymore, guys. I mean, that is significant. 10, 15 years ago, I mean, we may have had to go to war over something like that. Now, it didn't even affect our oil prices at all. And so that is significant. Other things he's done: improved health care by lowering pharmaceutical drug prices and removing the health care tax called the individual mandate. So I'm ending with health care here because it's the #1 issue among suburban women that they're concerned about right now. So you need to tell your candidates, especially if they have a suburban district, you need to tell them that they need to have a message for health care. Be sure you tell them they need to have a message for health care because that is what suburban women are caring about. And so you need to tell them that. Their Democrat opponents certainly will. And so you'll start hearing things. If you watch the President Trump rallies, he talks about health care now more and more. If you watched it in Iowa this week, my 8-year-old wanted to watch it on YouTube, so we watched it. My 8-year-old's pretty radical conservative, so he makes me watch all these things. But so we're going to have to engage in the fight in the state of Texas for obvious reasons, and in every community because we're going to need to. You know, congratulations, Chairman. Great victory in Fort Bend County this week. I'll tell you, I know that, you know, Fort Bend County, Hillary Clinton won Fort Bend County, if y'all don't remember that. And so the New York Times and the liberal left made a big deal about this House District 28 race in Fort Bend County. And so, it was, they said, they just knew they were going to win that seat, and they were going to flip that. And Gary Gates won by like 16 percentage points, and so it was a blowout. It was not even close. And guys, evangelical, hand up. That deserves a clap. He won by 16 percentage points. The Democrats thought they were going to flip that seat. We're going to have that kind of effort. Now, he worked it. He knocked on about 20,000 doors. He worked it hard, but we're going to have that kind of effort to win. And I believe we'll pick up 9 or 10 state house seats this cycle, and we'll win those two. We'll win back our 2 congressional seats, and we'll do well if we do that. And so, thank you very much. And I'm going to run for re-election as well, so thank you all very much. So that deserves a clap too. You have a question?
Yeah. Yes. Fort Bend County,
Congratulations.
thank you. But I want to thank especially, this man has been running since '04. I have a picture with my 9-year-old daughter at that time. This is what happens when Republicans are consistent. You don't give up. You get the Republican women involved. That's right. And you work hard, because we can do this. We can absolutely do this. So
I think he won that by more than Zerwas would ever won it,
yes,
right?
yes, he did. I was watching the numbers.
Yeah. He'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, he'll talk about that. But
I don't want to steal
anyway,
your thunder.
thank you so much for the
Right,
encouragement.
thank you all.
Okay, before I give the state chair report, I'd like to complete some administrative business. Oh yeah, sorry. RPT Vice Chair, Alma Jackson.
He forgot me. Sorry. Okay, everybody. Those were 2 great reports, very encouraging. I myself have traveled in the month of January to San Angelo, Borger, Amarillo, El Paso, and Great New Braunfels. Speaking on why we are the Greater Opportunity Party, that's what we are, and I wouldn't push that if I didn't believe it. In El Paso, I met with Border Hispanics. It was an event with Pastor Rafael Cruz, and I believe it was Helder, our RNC Hispanic Engagement Director. He asked me if I could find a venue in San Antonio to do a big Latinos for Trump event in San Antonio, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to be working with him next month. In the El Paso event, we had 200 in attendance, and after the speakers spoke and I mingled with the crowds, many approached me, and what I was so impressed with was that I questioned them. I asked them how they ended up where they were, and they told me that someone had invited them to an event, and they sat and listened, and everything that was spoken from the speaker or the club, whatever was discussed, they agreed with, all of it. These were people that were not voting or that were voting Democrat. So they realized that they are really Republicans. And I was so grateful to hear that, because I keep telling people, you've got to plant the seeds. Talk up our issues, talk up our values. It brings the people in, and it is working. I don't know how many of you heard that in the Mississippi rally that Trump did, 27% of those in attendance were registered Democrats. And in Kentucky, 23% were registered Democrats. That's big. That's very encouraging. Brandon, one slide. Thank you. Wrong slide. Okay, yeah. This is how we plan, we strategize, we work towards goals, we set appointments with people, and we work to get where we want to get. Next slide. But this is usually what happens. My point is, don't get discouraged. This is part of life. And if we keep going the way we're going to win very, very big in November. We are. Life is not fair. and it doesn't go the way we plan it most of the time. I think every person in this room can agree with that. Just keep going out there. Do not give up. I'm asking each of you to engage others. We're not going to win them over if we don't approach them, and opportunities pop up every single day. God bless you all. I am running again.
Before I give the state chair report, I'd like to complete some administrative business. First of all, ratification of county chair appointments. Scott Stebbins for Marion County was recommended by the outgoing county chair, Jamie Parson. And Carlos Romero for LaSalle County was recommended by SREC Committeewoman Marion Knowlton. Without objection, the aforementioned county chairs are appointed as temporary county chairs of their respective counties. Since the last SREC meeting, I have not made any rule clarifications under Rule 1F. The Google Drive contains all other rule clarifications for this term, as does our webpage on rules. No action is required at this time. And now to discuss our new data application process, please welcome up Keith Kazai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Keith Kazai. I'm the data director with the Republican Party of Texas. This is really just a friendly PSA just to let everybody know that I have a new process to try to onboard individuals who would like to use the tools offered by the Republican Party of Texas. Up on the screen there, Brandon will demonstrate where you can find that. If you go to our website, texasgop.org, go to elections, scroll down to the bottom. At the very bottom there is data tools. Brandon? It's a simple Google form. Just to keep things organized, centralized, no paper forms floating around, no ambiguous emails, to try to get as many eyes on this as possible. Goes into a nice organized spreadsheet to hold us accountable, to it provides the information we need to be more expeditious in serving you guys. So anybody asks you guys how they can get access to the tools, please send them to that website. The actual link is just texasgop.org/data-tools or data-tools, or again, you can just find it on our website by going to elections and then down at the bottom to data tools. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
JT Edwards, SC11. I had a couple of questions. So does this replace the GOP data center request for folks to get access?
Yes, it does.
And a follow-up question. So what is the mechanism by which those requests are authenticated by a county chair or an SREC member? Do we receive those requests in, email, or how does that work? Are we changing the process of authentication? Somebody's touching you.
Amen, brother.
Thank you.
Because of the point of the election cycle where we are, as we receive requests from precinct chairs and candidates, we already have records of who they are, and they either are associated with a precinct chair, or they either are a precinct chair, or they are a candidate, or they are authorized by a candidate, or they're not. So we're not doing the extra layer of also getting the backup of the county party and or SREC.
Oh, go ahead.
So the follow-up question is, so someone will research that before they give them authority?
Yeah. Every application is researched.
And then what happens if they're not?
They're declined.
Okay. Is there another mechanism where they can go to their county chair, where they can go to an SREC member to do this?
Yeah. People who are declined, who have a valid reason, find a way to appeal the decision. We've already experienced that a couple of times.
So otherwise, the county chairs and the SREC members are being taken out of the equation. Is that correct?
You do not have to be in the middle so that we are able to respond more quickly to campaigns. And I'll get to why in a minute.
Okay, there's a why to this? Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, this is good. I'm going to get the why. Please.
I have there's a place in this form that explicitly states that there is an a verification and vetting process. And when you select a certain option about who you are, it takes you to a page where you can input that authorizing. And there's examples: county chair, SREC members. And so I have already reached out to various county chairs. Example, Kaufman County. I called the county chair, asked if he could verify this person. He indicated he did know that person and that he's comfortable with them having that. Also, I reach out to candidates to make sure that the person requesting this access on behalf of the candidates is indeed associated with their campaign. I double and triple check. If I can't, like I said, if I can't verify it internally, I will reach out to every single one of you to get your best, your input on this individual. If we cannot verify who they are internally, whether they're a candidate or auxiliary coalition.
Right. This is JT. It was SD11. So I just want to make sure, okay, and this is part of an internal process. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? My
Yes, this is an internal process.
Right. So to follow up to Mr. McCloskey's question, my understanding is that, just so that we're clear, the body is clear, members are clear, because, and I don't mean to sound like, for lack of a better term, an old fogey, but the way that things were, if you wanted access to the old data center or the old voter vault, you had to go see a party leader, such as a county chair and or an SREC, so that staff knew that this person was legit and was not using our data for nefarious means or otherwise.
Nefarious purposes.
Yeah, sorry.
We have all sorts of back-end checks to control misuse of the data.
Okay.
And the philosophy from the White House down is that it is very, very important that everyone who is a Republican who is using data at all should be using our data.
Okay.
And only our data, and updating our data and only our data, or primarily our data. And so actually it's a mandate that we want to spread this use as much as we humanly can. And so yes, removing barriers to the use is an important piece.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet.
Mike Bergsma, Texas County Chair Association. Couple questions, and I'm sorry for this.
Sure.
I like the idea. I like not having to deal with these forms. Thank you. I love you. But, and you knew the but was coming, what extent will they have access to? The precinct chair does it. Do they just get their precinct?
It's the appropriate extent for their purpose. So that if they're a precinct chair, they get access to their precinct chair. If it's for a campaign, they get access for the district of the campaign.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And also to follow up on a question, of course, we're about to have
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead since you're in the middle now, but.
I apologize. Sorry. Mike McCloskey said it just fine, by the way. I should be saying that. To follow up on a question also, of course, we're getting ready to go through the primary here on March 3rd. If there are folks that are given access for the purpose of that, will there also be a review after the primary is completed to remove those folks who no longer would be authorized to have access?
There are quite a few automatic access endpoints, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just went to the site myself to re-sign myself up, and as I went there, I noticed the push buttons, have all kinds of push buttons for county chair, for precinct chair, for that. There's only one missing, SREC.
Yeah, our assumption was you would use state senate.
Or you would use other.
No, that the level of access you'd be asking for is for your senate district, which is the same
so
as
just
state
use
senator.
Senate. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you need us to duplicate the state senate one and call it SREC member, we certainly could.
I am just a mere engineer trying to figure this out.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. But you're also welcome to call us and ask. Yes, sir.
Mark Dunham, SD 29. Sir, will we have access to knowledge of who the state has given access to this information? Will we be putting that down the chain of command, basically through the SREC and to the county chairs to let them know who's already been given access in their AL?
No, but if you have a specific question about someone, you're welcome to ask.
Why wouldn't we share that with the chain of command? That kind of makes me wonder what in the heck we're doing.
Well, Again, from the president on down, we have a mandate to spread the data as much as we possibly can.
I'm not asking not to spread
Right.
the information. I'm just asking to be shared with the information of who has been given access.
We have limited data staff, and right now, especially 5 weeks before the primary, we are focused on rolling out the data to as many of the primary candidates as we possibly can. It is certainly something we could consider doing later as time allows.
I would appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. All right.
Mr.
Oh.
Chair, I have one more question about
Sure.
the data. Jill Glover, SD12. Is there a mechanism to prevent fraud if, for example, someone put in my name to get data?
Part of the process is the application asks for multiple pieces of information. As with a credit card application or other applications, there's a possibility somebody could get all of your identifying information, including your email address, and somehow have the sophistication to spoof it. So I won't say it's impossible for someone to spoof you, but we have a lot of checks to prevent that from being easy.
Sorry, Mr.
Great.
Chairman, one more question. I apologize.
Yes.
Mike Bergsma, Texas County Chair Association. In the past, we've been able, when there's issues or in the database, someone's address is wrong, someone's dead, we've been able, as county chairman, to make that change. Is that going to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Sam, if you're ready, we'll start the first slide in a minute as I go. Okay. While the calendar may not reflect a lot of days since we last met, which included the holidays, and by the way, I got some questions about this. We are required to have a meeting every quarter. This quarter includes the primary and our conventions. So there were several dates in March that were not an option. The hotel also had several dates in February which were not an option. So in order to meet our required date, hence we are here. So while it hasn't been a lot of days since we last met, and that included the holidays, the activity report of RPT shows a month's worth of Sundays in the field pressed into this short time span. But it also made me reflect this past December about where we were the year before in December of 2018. Me, Kyle, Robin, Tony Ann, and a contingent of respective Texas Republican strategists, including Dave Carney and Steve Muniseri, both of whom you'll be hearing from shortly, we're pleased to meet with the RNC chair, the vice chair, the political director, and other RNC staff, sounding the alarm about the threat to Texas, what we experienced on election night 2018, and that the threat was real and we were prepared to face it. We had no time to waste in preparing, and we must begin looking at Texas as a battleground that it had been just 25 years earlier, as a state where we had only won the Texas House in 2003, and where as recently as 2008 we only had a one-seat majority in the House. I'd been saying much of the same throughout 2018, but the 2018 election results made everyone much more receptive to the big changes we needed to make. I no longer got a bless your heart when I would tell people they better take things seriously in Texas. With your support and an aggressive plan like none the RPT had had before, we charged into 2019 at full speed to plan and prepare, fully taking advantage of every single moment. While kickstarting preparations for the biggest election in decades, we also jumped into the biggest legislative effort in the party's history. Sam? Nope. There we go. Comparing 2017 to 2019 legislative sessions, in 2017 the party did 2 official testimonies. In 2019 I alone did 95 and we did hundreds. In 2017, we had fewer than 60 bills passed that addressed at all any of our platform planks. In 2019, we had 100. And in terms of planks in our platform passed, in 2017, there were 32. In 2019, there were 49 platform planks passed. And while we did not get all of any of our legislative priorities, and I am as disappointed as anyone else about that, we made significant progress. We made advances on life, defunding Planned Parenthood at a level we had never been able to do before. We put a stake in the heart of taxpayer-funded lobbying by getting mandatory required reporting for every taxing entity of all taxpayer-funded lobbying. And late last year, Representative Mays Middleton sent an official public information request to every taxing entity in the state requiring them to provide that data. Yeah. Oh, that notice, that law, requires retroactive reporting of that taxpayer-funded lobbying. We did not get constitutional carry, which we have been fighting for, but for the first time ever, unlicensed carry in Texas is now legal through the disaster carry we got literally in the last 48 hours of session. Finally, after years of fighting, we ended red light cameras in Texas. And for the first time ever, no taxing entity in Texas can annex you without a vote of you and your neighbors. So while we did not get everything we wanted, we made real advances on liberty and opportunity, exactly the conservative principles that we as Republicans fight for. But while we were doing that, the biggest legislative effort we have ever done, we also knew that the clock was already ticking on our critical next step, and that critical next step was candidate recruiting. Because in Texas, the filing window for the 2020 election is over. It ended December 9th. And as I've been telling people for over a year, you lose 100% of the races you're not in. And so we put together a great candidate recruiting and training task force. And they held 33 candidate campaign trainings across the state where over 1,400 paid attendees registered to learn how to fundraise, how to talk to media, how to file, how to deal with the legal issues. And it was a result of those efforts and our message that we needed and wanted every Democrat challenged in Texas. Sam? The Democrats right now have 1,401 candidates filed in their primary statewide. We have 3,106. Not only that, but the day after the election, I got a call from a reporter from the Houston Chronicle that said, how in the world did you manage to increase by 100% the female U.S. Republican congressional candidates in Texas? And the answer is a simple one. There was no quota. There was no favoritism. There was a message that the Republican Party is welcoming, that we want and need every Democrat challenged, and we encourage and prepare and support everyone who will stand up and fight and defend our values and our principles. And it worked. And what happened, the result, was just an automatic reflection of the wonderful diversity and growth and strength that is the Republican Party of Texas. And I love that on Twitter, somebody couldn't help but notice the 3 black U.S. congressional candidates we have in Dallas County alone. And the way we did it is we went out and we were welcoming and we encouraged them and we trained them. We told them, look, as we're asking you to run against incumbent Democrats who have sometimes not been challenged for decades, This is not going to be easy. It's going to take work. We need you in that community spreading our message. We need the volunteers and the family and the friends that you will bring in your neighborhood. We need that up and down the ballot. We don't have a pile of money for you, and we can't promise a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. What we do have is the exact same support that we give to every single candidate from the president on down. We offer the most amazing and easiest possible way to register new voters who will support you. We have a way to make a case for our principles. We have the best block walking and phone banking software that ties directly to our data, the exact same data every candidate as a Republican in Texas has from the president on down. And we now have our event calendar map that makes it easy to coordinate efforts and answers the question that we used to get every single day at the party. I'm from so-and-so county. What is happening in my area? How can I get involved and plugged in? And we are rolling that all out through the support for counties at a level that we have never had support before. Not only do we have Brandon, who had experience as vice chair in 2 election cycles at one of the 5 biggest counties in the state. His deputies include a county chair from one of the biggest counties in the state. I hear from county chairs all over about the amazing improvement in the support that we've been able to give them. And we added to that last fall with Terry Holcomb as operations director, going around the state and helping counties improve their operations. And we're seeing positive results from all of that. And while all of that was happening, we of course continued to raise the bar on fundraising, reporting growing cash balance at every SREC meeting, back in the first quarter, back in the second quarter. And voter registration was a key priority for the RPT for the first time this year. When I first started pushing last November and December the need for the RPT to get involved in voter registration, people were resistant. But I was able to meet with Karl Rove and Steve Munisteri and got their agreement to take major roles in this effort. This is a good moment to correct some misunderstandings and misrepresentations around that. Karl has volunteered his time with us, as he has volunteered his time with President Trump's campaign, to ensure that Republicans keep the White House and keep Texas. His activities with the party include incredibly helpful insights on data and processes, and helping to raise funds to pay for the massive new efforts the party is doing to ensure victory in 2020. Steve, as a former highly respected RPT chair for about 5 years, is uniquely suited to ensuring our efforts in the field are as efficient and effective as possible. You will note that nothing I said in there has anything to do with policy or platform or positions. And that is because, as it always has been, and as it always should be, and as I have always fought for, our delegates at convention alone set our policy. And as you all saw in the special session in 2017 and in the regular session in 2019, I fight for that. I fight for every one of those positions that they have set. Steve will update you on the details of the Volunteer Engagement Project in a few moments, but as a reminder, this is a first ever initiative that will register 100,000 voters, and as importantly, we'll do it by activating 10,000 volunteers that will not only achieve that goal, but be the largest RPT volunteer force in decades. A force prepared to help our candidates in November from the White House to the courthouse. That 10K for 10R program has received incredible response, and between our travels around the state and the help of the field staff, it is off to a great start. While we were doing all of that, we also put a new increase in focus on municipal and school board elections. We supported candidates in December. And I get asked about this all the time. How in the world can we possibly win in Harris County? Right? In December, we not only won in Harris County, we had 3 victories in Houston City Council proper. So the answer, how can we win in Harris County? The way we did it last month. That's the answer. We won citywide races in the city of Houston. And we did it partly because we jumped in at a level that we never had. This is a copy of a mailer we sent to thousands of Republican voters. We sent text to tens of thousands of Republican voters to turn them out. We held 3 key seats on the Houston City Council, and we only missed capturing 2 open at-large seats by 1.84%. Oh, and when I get asked, do we have to moderate our positions to win? One of those candidates who almost won is a candidate in his 20s that is as conservative as almost everybody in this room. At this very moment, we have volunteers working on municipal candidate recruiting because the filing window for the May municipal candidacies, it's now. It started January 15th. You know, a lot of people talk about winning in November. To win in November, we had to be recruiting candidates last March. This is not a short-timer game. The days of the Republican Party showing up in the last 72 hours with a big get-out-the-vote effort and calling that good are over. This week, we had a massive victory in House District 28 in Fort Bend County, the most diverse county in the state. We doubled 2018's margin of victory in that race, winning by an incredible 16 points. But as importantly, this was the first test of the groundwork that we have been laying since November of 2018. We have created a plan for victory. We brought awareness of the Democrats' attempts to take over our state. We have united broad coalitions. We have tested systems. We have been a trusted partner. We have honed field operations. We have hired more field staff at an earlier point. We have launched the Volunteer Engagement Project. We have started our victory efforts far earlier than ever before. And we are asking Texans to save Texas. RPT was ready and prepared for this battle, and the Democrats had touted this race as their bellwether race and the first attempt to turn Texas blue in 2020. One by one, progressive socialist candidate celebrities came through to mark their territory that this was going to be the moment they started to turn Texas blue in 2020. And we won. It was a victory so convincing for Gary Gates over his socialist progressive Democrat opponent. And Gary deserves the credit for that. He's an amazing candidate who personally block walked 150 homes every single day of the campaign right up until early voting started. Sam, if you
And thankfully, what you all did, what the party did to recruit candidates this year, we have more opportunities than we've ever had. I've been doing this since '93 when I ran K.B. Hutchinson's runoff election against Bob Kruger. I've been intimately involved in what's going on in Texas professionally. Full time. Worked for the last 24 years for the Republican governors, Governor Perry and Governor Abbott. And we watched the ups and the downs. And in 2002, when we finally took the House back, and then the drop off. This is the best case scenario that everybody who helps House candidates or Senate candidates, or even a congressional candidate, although they don't listen very well, and local candidates. How do we do the slides here? Next. So just remember, they call this a bellwether district. They said if this Joe Biden said how this election turns out Tuesday night will determine how the elections in Texas turn out in 2020. They made a big deal about this. John Sewas, I'm sure I'm pronouncing his name wrong. Thank you, that guy. When he ran in 10, won by 40 points. And this is something to remember how much our state is changing. John won by 40 points in 10. In 12, 14, and 16, he had no opponent. None. And in 18, he won by 8 points. Ted Cruz only won by 2.9 or debatable, 3 points. But, Beto O'Rourke almost won Fort Bend County. And those of you who've been here for more than a few years know when we talk about all the bright red, iron wall counties, Fort Bend was at the top of them. We always won Fort Bend. We have one county-wide elected official left in Fort Bend, the sheriff. He's running Congress. But Fort Bend used to be as red as Midland, and it's delivered more votes than Midland. And today it is a jump ball. This is more of what's going on. Another next slide about what all the Democrats, the national Democrats, made this race a bellwether. O'Rourke, for some reason, probably to reinvent himself here in Texas, decided to move to Fort Bend. He did more campaign events over the last 5 years of the election than Markowitz, the candidate. She did not even appear with him after Thursday at noon until election. He was out there doing the campaign. He was out there doing the interviews. He was out there doing the Facebook Live presentation. He basically planted his flag in that district to try to take it over. He uses his new PAC, the guy who's absolutely opposed to PACs, his new PAC, to generate 1,100 people from across the country, 19 different states, to come to the district and help. Quite honestly, most of them were phone calls being made from other states. They didn't actually come and pay sales tax here, unfortunately. And overall, they in the Marcus campaign knocked on 41,000 doors, which is, in a state rep race, a phenomenal, unbelievable amount of doors we knocked. These are our allies. This is the groups that put in, and are planning to put in millions of dollars into Texas this year. Each one of these groups is committed to over $1 million for Texas state legislative races. And these are all of the groups, all the letterhead groups that endorsed and gave money, mostly from Texas, groups that were involved in her effort. Biden, Warren, Castro, Booker, Bloomberg, who went knocking on doors with her in the wrong district. That was good. Always helpful to know what your district is, but good for us. Of course, O'Rourke, Eric Holder, who is the chairman of the redistricting PAC for the Democrats, as part of 4 major groups that you saw there in logos, that have pledged to spend $450 million in the state legislative races in this cycle. They, as of yesterday, as of December, of this last year, 19, they had spent $300 million. So it isn't like they're just talking. They're going to spend $150 million in state legislative races over the next 8 months. And they spent a bunch of it here. She got Markowitz raised $1.6 million. 3% of it was from her district. Only 75% of it was from Texas. 75% of her money came from folks who never been to Fort Bend, don't care about Fort Bend, don't care about the voters there, but they want to draw maps and redistricting. Why do they care so much about Texas? Because they believe their fair drawing of the lines would allow them to pick up 9 congressional seats in Congress. And it's more than just Congress. It has to do with the fact that in the Electoral College, were Texas to go blue, we would never have another Republican right-of-center candidate for president, because electorally, the Electoral College prohibits if we lose our electoral votes in the Republican column. So literally, we would be boxed out of the White House for a long time. This is shocking. The legislature races in Virginia last November, the outside groups spent $65 million outside money on about 12 districts, and they flipped the House and the Senate. And that you've seen what they're doing. I mean, they're just sort of like, a little bit more, moderate. They're banning guns. They're banning hate speech against politicians. If the governor and the legislature are working on, and passed one of the committees already, that if you online say something about the black-faced governor who's a racist pig, and it is seen in the county, in the city of Richmond, the county of Richmond, that's going to be a crime in Virginia. I mean, this is not like Orwell would never even thought of this stuff on his island up there in Scotland writing these books. This is craziness, and it's real. And this is what this fight is all about. And all of that effort, she got 1,100 more votes in the last election than she did in the first election. And why is that? It's because Gary Gates ran. There we go. Gary Gates ran the best campaign, a campaign that we should all emulate. And he had the ability to share the resources across the state of all of the party activities and volunteers and functions and tools and assets that allowed him to leverage his campaign. But make no doubt about it, Gary Gates, who had run a number of times, who had spent a lot of money, who had been beat up in every single race, had not come close, won that race because he was committed to a very simple campaign plan. He was unbelievably disciplined in the things that he did. He personally knocked on 18,000 doors. He did 150 doors every day. Not 148, not 151. If you know the guy, he is, a machine. He only took 5 days off. That was to go to Hawaii to compete in an Ironman competition. The guy's like 100. I mean, it's unbelievable. There's a PBS frontline reporters in the district for 3 weeks covering the race and trying to figure out how Texas is going blue. They showed up at his house in an appointed time at 6 a.m. and he was riding in on his bike. He'd been on like a 35-mile bike ride, and he gets done at 6. I'm not even up at 6:30. The man is a machine, and he was extremely disciplined because he prepared a plan. He had no goals. He had a targeted list. They went on average through their target households 3 times. They didn't hit 100,000 doors, just willy-nilly. They hit those doors over and over, hoping to catch people, and actually have a conversation with them. And they had a message, and it was a local message about property tax, about economy, about Hurricane Harvey, future flood preparation, about school safety, and about education. That's the things that people talk to him at the door. I mean, if you have an 18,000 person, a focus group that the candidate himself participates in, he has an excellent feel, or she has an excellent feel for the district. And they were disciplined. They never once responded to any of the Democrat attacks, any of the Democrat surrogates, any of the negativity, and that was very helpful not to get distracted. I'm going to play this one ad because they were prepared. After the first election, they did this ad knowing this was what the Democrats were going to do an attack on. And it shows you how a disciplined candidate that's prepared really works hard. Here we go.
Hit the other out.
Well, I need grandkids.
I'm a programmer, not an AP10. Sorry. Sorry.
Why don't we just be very quiet, play it?
Yeah.
So it's an amazing that this is how focused Gary was. This event went on for years, the case. And in every other race, he was attacked just like the Democrats attacked him in this case. But he actually won a settlement of the person who first accused his family of being inappropriate, $100 grand. That was the settlement. Just think about how guilty the offending party was. And, Gary's an unbelievable. He and his wife had 9 adopted children, 2 of their own. They had 11 kids. It must be a hell of a Thanksgiving, huh? Big table. But this is, they were ready. They knew this was coming. It was prepared. It was done professionally. It wasn't trying to, where's what dollar can we get, the last minute. And they left the 2 blanks to put in who the hell it was doing the attack. And they ran that only on the stations where the Democratic super PACs put their ad. And it was really focused, no panic. They were prepared. They were prepared for other attacks too. He owns thousands of apartments in the Houston area, and obviously, lots of issues with throwing people out of their house and all that stuff. And it wasn't until the weekend that they actually sent out a mail piece to the Democrats on that, when of course 60% of the vote was already in through early voting. So there's no underestimating the execution and the discipline and of that campaign. Overall, between what the party did, what the volunteers did, what all of the campaigns did to help him, but what he did in his own campaign, they knocked 100,000 doors. They made over 45,000 calls. 13,000 or 14,000 of these calls came from you all around the state. People in the valley were doing phone banks. There were people in Midland doing phone banks. There was some county I've never heard of in East Texas that was doing phone banks. The kids up in Lubbock at Tech were making phone calls. Because of the technology we have, we can load up scripts and load up lists, and you can start right now. We can start calling for somebody. Doesn't matter, you don't have to be there. And that really helped. What did they do? They recruited volunteers. So they were calling Republicans in the Fort Bend area to come for a block walk. They were calling to remind people to get out the vote. They were doing all the kinds of things that a campaign wants to do, but most state rep campaigns, most small campaigns just don't have the capacity. So this, and then of course texting, there was an effort, the Trump campaign gave us a list of everybody in that district who was a voter who had been to a Trump rally, 1,200 of them. And a few hundred of them, less than 200, had actually voted already in early voting. So we were able to send out text out from bad parcels to these folks, say, hey, tomorrow is really important for the president, you need to get out to vote. We did a text from other people. governor did a text to all of his people, 19,000 people in his district, in that district. So we have a lot of technology, we work together. And all this is not like somebody's data. We jointly share this data. The Corning campaign, us, the party, the volunteer engagement program, and we share it willingly with the campaigns. And so this isn't anything Gary Gates paid for. This is stuff that the party, through your leadership and what you have done in the last year, has allowed this access, this resources to be in place. And the collaboration was unbelievable. And you know, I don't really like Congress people, so I'll say this publicly. I'm sure that's, you know, someone will take offense. But in your mind, in all the years that you've been doing party politics in Texas, can you name a congressman who helped somebody that had no ability to help, not in their district, somewhere else? And Congressman Carter and his team filled up 25 people on a bus and go to Fort Bend County. That's the kind of unity that we have. And there was nothing in for it. Freshman members of the legislature rarely serve on the redistricting committee. There was nothing for John Carter. John Carter has his own race. But he took the whole, he came himself. They went and they block in Fort Bend on that Super Saturday. And that just shows part of the enthusiasm because we're organized. And, you know, I think you're going to have a report. I'm not going to repeat everything that Steve and James have already talked about, are going to talk about. But what the party itself did was phenomenal in terms of the voter registration we did, the trainings, the going out there just in Fort Bend County. And it's just a really phenomenal effort to help in this special election, which can be completely replicated this fall in all 30 of our target districts. And this is some of the stuff that the governor did. And we sent 9 full-time staff people down there for the last 10 days. We recruited 100 volunteers, both in the state, in the state and in the county, to participate. Our staff knocked on 9,500 doors. We made more than 15,000 calls recruiting volunteers, and turning out voters on election day and election weekend. We hired, TGA has hired a full-time executive director to work with the Fort Bend County, because we have 2 other districts there that we want to keep and one to pick up in the State House. Los Corals is going to have a race, and of course Gary Gates has a race this November. Between all the things that Chairman Dickey talked about in terms of the ability to have field staffs, when the Victory program is up and running, we are going to have 15 full-time staff people, political paid professionals in Fort Bend County running this program. And as you're thinking, why the hell Fort Bend County? This is going to be replicated, but with different numbers, and in most counties, bigger numbers. That the ground game is now part of, like having a metro. This is what we do now in campaigns. And we're going to see this all across the state, in the top 40 counties particularly, where we have these 30 House races. We will see that kind of staff level to help work with volunteers, to help train volunteers, recruit them, and get them out to do effective door work. We did some videos, which I want to show you in a minute. Well, obviously, we did texting and trainings and all of that sort of stuff. Of course, volunteer registrar training, getting people to be volunteer registrars to register to vote. That is a key thing. We've been working on it together. The volunteer engagement program is taking the lead on it with the state party to try to get more people to be registrars, deputy registrars, so we can register more people. And I know Steve Ministeri has some really mind-blowing numbers. Just remember, where are we right now? We're in January. When is the last time you sat at a January meeting before the election where we've done anything except have grand plans? Oh, we're going to raise $18 million. We're going to do, fans and rackets and sugar. We are so far ahead. As bad as that Cruz O'Rourke campaign was, how much that it woke up the Democrats to realize, hey, maybe we can win. Let's run a bunch more progressive people. And then pain in the neck it's going to be. We have woken up our folks. We're woke. We're awoke. And we're out there getting ready to do it. We have hundreds and hundreds of people every month going through our trainings, doing registration with block walks, doing phone calls, and we had a little fire drill. And it actually worked. And that is the great thing. So because of Beto's insistence on taking over this race, and literally becoming the face of this campaign, to I feel bad for, what her name, whatever, Markowitz or whatever her name is, because she just got overshot, she got bigfooted by Beto. So we'll have to be very quiet. We'll hear this few videos. We did this digitally to every Republican and swing voter in the district. Well, this is the first ad we did, which was a endorsement ad to Republicans during early voting. And this is some of the mail. So 4 pieces of mail, just a sampling of what Gary Gates did. They ran an excellent campaign, and they had specific mail to specific audiences. They didn't just send the same piece of mail to everybody. It was really well done. It was a lot of pieces of mail. These are 4 cover pieces. We did a mail piece from Senator Colbor's, and this is added to females. The governor did one for Republicans. And we had this kind of thing that Gary did throughout the campaign that really was helpful. And this is where we get to the Beto. We decided if he wants to take the race, we're going to take the race to him. Oh, good. They're 15 seconds. Two more.
Next one.
Okay, I get it. I want to go for the big games. I got right now.
So the point being that the So the point of all this is, Beto's 2.0, which was a national campaign, he went off the rails, to the far extreme. And when he comes back to Texas to help us out, I think we'll do our best, to remind people of the crazy stuff that he has taken on. And there are 10 of these. We only did 4 because of the early voting was only, 4 days in this election. But he will be a best gift to us if he continues to own these races. And he's out of step with about 70% of Texans in his crazy position. So the point about all this is victory in keeping Texas red. It would not be possible without you guys authorizing and being part of what Dickie has done and what this, doing this volunteer engagement program, which has never been done anywhere in the country. This is not like, we're duplicating what Ohio does or something. This is just a whole new idea to think about how do we get the volunteers, the TFRW clubs, the college Republicans, the young Republicans engaged. And it is, and build them, because they're the backbone of our army. And when the call of bugle was sounded, they all showed up to help out Gary. I know I'm way over time, I don't know what my time was, but I'm way over it, I'm sure. If anyone has any brief questions, I will try to do brief answers. And then, again, I want to thank you all because of the things you guys have put into place. We are going to be more prepared in this election than any other time, even in 2002 when we took the legislature back. We are much further ahead than we've ever been before, and it's really it's great to see all your hard work paying off.
HD 48 was a massive team effort, a unified Republican front. People talk about division in our party. There was none in this. The Gates campaign, the Fort Bend Republican Party under Chairwoman Linda Howe, TFRW, the Abbott campaign, Young Republicans, college Republicans, Judge Carter and the Williamson County contingent led by Judge Bill Gravel of Williamson County, really exemplary work. Republican donors from across the state and the RPT all working together. And it was noticed. We got a really, really nice thank you from Governor Abbott. Shout out where he said on Twitter, the Texas GOP played a huge role in the victory in HD 28, the first victory of 2020. Such an amazing thing. And I loved these headlines from the mainstream media. GOP dashes hopes of bellwether win in Fort Bend. Democrats bit off more than they can chew. The humbling of Democrats in Texas. A couple of brief excerpts from this article in The Atlantic. Democrats always knew, quote, Democrats always knew it was going to be hard to turn Texas blue in 2020. This week they received a painful reminder of just how tough it'll be. Republicans last night swamped Democrats in what one progressive group had hyped as, quote, the most important special election since the midterms. Winning by 16 points a key state legislative race that both parties viewed as a test run for the much bigger campaign this fall. The defeat, particularly by such a wide margin, was a setback for Democrats who poured, they said, nearly 1 million into the election. It was closer to double that. Quote, it also signaled the reinvigoration of the Texas GOP. Republicans were caught napping in 2016 and 2018, and I disagree with that. We just weren't able to wake up the base as much as we needed to. Giving Democrats hope they could put the country's largest GOP stronghold in play this year. But The party came back to life in this race, well exceeding Democrats' substantial investment. And the close. In the closing paragraph, in 2018, the worst near upset of Cruz was a wake-up call for Texas Republicans. Yesterday, in their first 2020 test, they answered it. Folks, we have sent a signal not just to our fellow Texans, but to the nation with this victory. We are stronger than ever, and Texans will defend Texas, and we will win. We'll be rolling out this winning plan throughout 2020 with the biggest staff ever. Actually, now we need to switch back to the other slides.
Q1 SREC. Chairman. We'll be on slide 8. Number, yep, great.
Yeah, so the biggest staff ever. And all of this takes funds. And we have had record fundraising. Now, there's been a lot of question, okay, well, you know, do some of that come from somewhere else, or does it reflect somewhere else? Well, first of all, you guys get the cash availability report. You see our funds by bank account every time you get that report. But here's the detail. And as pointed out in our officials committee meeting last week, or yesterday, it felt like a week ago. In our officials committee meeting yesterday morning, Mr. Ramsey noticed, and it's worth noting, you can remove every dollar of major donor fundraising from the 2019 fundraising and pretend we don't even have the option of major donor fundraising. Because it's important that we grow our party on small dollar donations. You could remove every dime of major donor fundraising, and last year still would have been a record fundraising year. Now, you and I know the Democrats will not relent. They will not rest. They were knocked down and surprised, but they will get back up, and they will try with all they have nationally to turn our state blue. The Democrats can parade around their socialists and their progressives, Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, O'Rourke, but we are ready for them. We will defend Texas from liberal socialism, and we will unite to fight again for victories from the White House to the courthouse this November. We have seen the victories we can achieve when we unite and don't succumb to division, but unite to beat Democrats. As the Atlantic said in their close, election night 2018 was a wake-up call. Not for us. We knew what was coming. But for the donors, volunteers, and candidates that we had been spreading the message to. So we were ready, and we went to work right after that. Immediately. We honed our operations, our fundraising, our staff, our strategy, our systems, our partnerships, our everything. We are on the right track. We are on the path to victory. This is the operation, the management, the focus, unwavering commitment. This is the RPT operation, I guarantee, will take us to November of 2024. Victory and to keep Texas red. And now I'd like to ask former Chairman Steve Ministeri, please come up and give you all an update on the biggest volunteer effort the party has done in decades, the RPTs, Volunteer Engagement Project. Please welcome Steve Munisseri.
I could just try to stall for time, but instead I'm just going to tell you I need to wait for my staff to come back. And then we're going to get. Good morning. Good morning. Now, you got some great news in HT 28. Are you ready for some more great news? Oh, yeah. If you're not, I can try to think of some bad news.
Plenty of that around.
No, we've got great news.
Let's hear the great news.
So, just 55 days ago, we outlined for you what all our mission goals were and where we were. So it's only been 55 days. I didn't think I would take your time up at restating the goals, but I want to show you a comparison of where we were 55 days ago, which I thought was pretty good, and where we are today. And I think you'll have the same reaction we did last night when these numbers came in. When I called Carl and I said, Carl, and I'm going to change my language a little bit as I talk to you all. I said, this stuff actually works. So we can have the first slide. We can have the first slide, please. Can everybody see this? So this is a report card on the things we reported just 55 days ago and where we are. So for folks that maybe having trouble seeing it or understanding it, we reported 55 days ago that we had 740,000 voter contacts. And I want to make sure people understand that voter contacts are not individual voters, because sometimes we contact people more than one time. Our target group that were hardcore Republicans was 450,000. Now, just 55 days later, we have 1,149,000 voter contacts. We found another 50,000 hardcore Republicans. So that's an increase of 409,000 voter contacts just in the last 55 days, a 36% increase. Now, the second line is what we were really excited about until we got another idea, which is how many people have requested us to register them, either through a text response or in person, and what was that compared to December 7th? December 7th, we thought we were doing real well, that we already had 18,000 people asking us to register them to vote. Our goal was 20,000 before the end of the year, which we met. Just in the last 55 days, we've had another 10,000 people either turn in their cards to us or ask us to do that, which is a 54% increase just in 55 days. So now the total number of people that have asked us to register them or turn in their cards is almost 30,000. But here's where the kicker comes in. We've been having trouble getting a hold of some of our volunteers to say, have you called these people and have they asked to register to vote? And it also dawned on us that we may have texted some people that said, you need to register to vote, that would you like us to send you a card, that didn't respond, send us the card, that may have gone and got their own form and sent it in. Does that make sense? So just a few days ago, I think it was Mitch got the bright idea, why don't we have the vendor check with the Secretary of State all the names that our volunteers have been distributed and all the people who we contacted who were not registered when we contacted them to see if they're now registered. Am I making sense here? When we did that, the number exploded. It went from up to a total of 41,223. So again, just to be clear what this is, there are 41,000 people who we contacted who have either since registered to vote or we're in the process of registering, and we have confirmed that 31,516 of them are already in the Secretary of State system. And there's a month or two delay for that. Now remember, our overall goal was 100,000, So if everybody that's asked us to register to continue to register, if we stopped right now, we'd have 41,000 people who weren't registered that we contacted some way become registered. I think that's pretty good. And if you look at the right side, you'll see the percentage increase. That is just since December 7th. That's not from the start. That's just in 55 days. You had a 220% increase in combined total remaining registrations that came to us. But if you count all of them, it's a 740% increase in just 55 days. Wow. Total volunteers were now up to 3,149. Again, if you look, that's 874 more volunteers just since we talked to you last month. If we stopped right now, if we just said we're going to shut down the committee, I think you could make an argument it was successful to recruit 3,000 volunteers and register over 40,000 voters. And we have 9 months to go. On the cash front, we reported about 1.6 million had been collected just last month. We're now 235,000 more collected just since last month, and we collected 1,831,000. You'll see our cash on hand has remained pretty constant at $1.3 million. So you can do the math. If we've taken in $1.8 million and we have $1.3 million left, it means that we spent less than $500,000. It's like $485,000. I'm not saying this to bash any other groups. I'm glad every other groups are out there. But the Democrats are saying they're spending millions of dollars. There are other groups out there that are saying they're registering Republicans as well. Their budgets are in the millions and millions of dollars. This is less than $500,000 since we've officially launched in July 1st. And that $500,000 has resulted in that 40,000. That's only about $11 per registered voter, which is way, way less than the national average. So I'm very proud of our staff. We've had so much help. Chairman Dickey has been so supportive. He's in a contest with me on cards. TFRW and Rhonda Lacey. Rhonda has 16 regional chairs that are helping. I think that's a big part of this. Tony Ann is also in that competition. She gives us cards. So it's not us. It's our volunteers that are doing this, and it's very exciting. Now let me tell you why we need to be doing this. That's happened just recently. The next slide, please. This is what the Democrats have reiterated this week, and they added some information. They reiterated what I told you in December, that they are hiring 1,000 people. They say that Stacey Abraham's group is partially funding it, so they said where their money coming from. I get a kick out of this. They say they were so far ahead of us that they were going to text and mail and do a field effort. Everything that they announced that they're starting to do, we started 7 months ago. Now, I want everybody to listen to this next thing because there's a point, and it's a disturbing point, and something that we need to be attuned to and watch. So bear with me on this. The Democrats say in multiple press conferences that they've identified 2.6 million solid, hardcore Democrats to register. In other articles, they mention another couple of million they think are persuadable. So they're telling us that they can register potentially up to 4 or 5 million Democrats. And one of their operatives, Jeremy Smith, on January 13th, said there were 8 million folks in Texas that were either not registered or registered in the wrong place. Okay, so what's wrong with that? Turn to the next slide, please. I asked a question I don't think they asked. I researched how many U.S. citizens there are that are not registered. You know where I'm going on this? We really need to pay attention to this. I got an official estimate from the Texas Demographic Center. It's above. So it's roughly through last year about 18.5 million Texans are USA citizens over the age of 18. I also got the Commerce Department had later numbers, July of this year, as to how many adults there are. They did not have U.S. citizens. They just say there's 21,500,000. So we're probably around 22 million adults who may or may not be U.S. citizens. Kaiser Foundation, I then found a study that estimated 11% are not U.S. citizens. So if you back that out, it's about 19 million using those numbers. Now, why does that make a difference? Do you see the number of registered voters there are that are U.S. citizens over the age of 18? It's already over 16 million. So if you have less than 19 million or less U.S. citizens over the age of 18, and you have already 16.1 million registered voters, that means on a factual basis, the total number of U.S. citizens over the age of 18 who could be unregistered, my best estimates are 2.5 million to 3 million. Do you see the problem? How could there be 2.6 million hardcore Democrats and another couple of million with these being the actual numbers? And I will tell you that some of us have received their mail program that came out this week, and I've seen copies personally. The Democrats are pre-filling out the citizenship form when they're sending it to their lists. They are pre-marking the U.S. citizenship. We don't do that. So we're going to have to be, so two things. One, we're going to have to be hyper-vigilant about what's going on. Two, it just shows you how important our registration efforts are. And then finally, before I turn it over to staff, I'm going to show you the last slide, which shows you, is that right there? No, I don't. No, the other. I just want to show you what the explosion of registered voters. If you look in 2014, there's a little over 13.5 million. We're already over 16 million. We'll probably exceed 16.5. What does that mean? That means that there's going to be roughly 3 million more eligible voters now than just in 2014. So that's the number of eligible voters in a medium-sized state. So it's like a medium-sized state has come into Texas, into the pool. So that's what we're doing, why we're doing is so important. And with that, I want to turn it over to our Executive Director and Deputy Executive Director to give you an update on staff. And I do want to say to them publicly and all our staff that's here, I think one of the reasons I was, I'd like to think I was successful as chairman, had great volunteer help, great activist base, and I had a wonderful, wonderful staff for those 5 years. I never thought I could duplicate it. I used to call it the best damn staff. We even had t-shirts, cups, had best damn staff parties. This is my best damn staff 2.0. I have a great staff, and of particularly young people, young Republicans, and they're working so hard. So with that, I want to turn it over to two of those, Mitch Carney, our Executive Director, and Alex Hilton, our Deputy Executive Director.
Everyone, it's great to see you again. Just to reiterate, I'd like to thank all of you for all your help. None of this would be possible without y'all's help, volunteering, and giving your time. As you mentioned in our last SREC meeting, we were starting our second round of hiring. So our staff is all here. This is the first time all of our staff is here. I'm going to introduce them one by one by region. So any of you who have not yet been your staff have an opportunity today and chat with them about how they can be helpful to you in your Senate districts and amongst your communities. So first we have Bianca Garcia and her deputy Priscilla. They cover South Texas. They're doing a phenomenal job. San Antonio down to the Rio Grande Valley. And Bianca recently has become our engagement director, and she's been doing such a great job. She started working with our coalitions across the state to help build a great, thoughtful engagement project from the Rio Grande Valley to engage Hispanic voters and folks across the state. That's Bianca right there. Take a stand up. East Texas, we're very lucky to have Christy Antonock. She's our new regional director. She's from KFRW. She's been working tirelessly with KFRW, already doing these voter registration activities. She'll be joined up by Jared Cruz, her deputy, who's in College Station. We had a couple days of action. Jared's first weekend was a day of action. We threw him into with about 20 volunteers and said, help him out, and he hit the ground running. This is his first political job, and he is doing a phenomenal job. We have Eduardo Leo here in Central Texas. For all y'all here in Los he's covering Bell County, Carter's district. We're gonna hire him a deputy here this month. We'll have 2 people fully staffed in Central Texas. We have Taylor Converse and David Lowe. They're covering Dallas, Fort Worth, North Texas. They're doing a phenomenal job up there. And we have Sarah Laird and Dalton Shaw. Sarah Laird is our statewide field director for covering West Texas, a huge region. And Dalton will be joining her as well. And we've had a tremendous amount of volunteers out of West Texas who are eager, as you've heard, to get involved. And then we have Lauren Duncan. She is our Houston field director. We're going to her a deputy as we speak this month as well. Our staff has done a tremendous job working with y'all, and I appreciate y'all working with them. So I'm going to pass this off to Alex Fulton, my deputy, to kind of go over the activities they've been doing since we last spoke last SREC.
Next slide, please. Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Mitch. I just want to track what our volunteers and our staff has done since we've last met back early December. As you can see, our team has added 874 new volunteers to the volunteer force, which is a 38% increase from December 7th. Woo. We've had 30 additional events for a 6.25% increase. We've had 7 block walks. These go into the Day of Action tab as well on the 18th and the 25th of January. We did a Day of Action with both the RNC and with the Red Alert Texas group, which is consisting of ourselves, the RNC, TGA, and Senator Cornyn's campaign. We've knocked on 1,101 doors, and we've made 29,901 phone calls, which is an increase of about 727%. We've added an additional 123 volunteer deputy registrars statewide. We've had 7 additional training sessions regarding our Advantage application, as well as the Red Valor app to make phone calls. And our field staff registrations that are validated by the SOS is at 1,794 additional, which is an 80% increase from December 7th. I'd also like to make a point for former Chairman Ministeri, David Lowe and Dalton Shaw, if you both would stand up. These gentlemen have served our country, and we're very grateful to have them both on our team. And with that being said, I'll turn it back over to Steve.
The chairman wanted us to have a little bit of time if anybody had any questions, since we didn't have a Q&A last time. You don't have to have questions if you don't want them, but if anybody had any questions about the program or what we're doing, we're happy to answer. Or if you're completely, totally satisfied, we can sit down.
Quick apology, I forgot, we have 2 staffers who we recently brought on to help with our 10K for 10 hour program. We had Stephanie Bulkey and Joanna Nicholson. All of you have worked with us on the process. They have streamlined the process internally for us, and they've worked incredibly hard to make this the best project it can be. So if you have any questions, please follow with us afterwards.
And thank y'all for your great support of us. Yeah, thank
We also have RPT field staff Marcus Johnson in Southeast Texas as well. So very good. Sorry, Marcus. Couple of quick things. You've heard mentioned a couple of times today in our conversations and our updates, campaigns that have helped RPT, or campaigns like the Gates campaign that the RPT has helped. You'll even notice in our social media, occasionally, we have been giving shout outs to nominees already for the 2020 election. We have 99 nominees at the Texas House and above level who do not have a primary opponent. They are already the Republican Party of Texas's nominee. And so with that, we don't have to, we already passed the period of required neutrality for those races, and so we are already showing our support for those nominees. However, for those candidates who have contested races, and that does include the 6 people running against President Trump, we take very seriously our rule that we be neutral in the primary. And so we offer exactly the same resources to every Republican candidate on the ballot, to the extent they ask, to the extent they come to us and want to use our data, want to use our block walking system, want to use our texting system, want to use our event map, all of those resources that we have available, they can have the same resources the president has on that for their own rest. On the other hand, neutrality does not require us to reject campaigns who want to help us. So, for example, as we worked House District 28, if there was a candidate that had a contested race, like Congressman Carter, who was willing to use his own resources in the middle of the primary to send help and come help in House District 28, we of course did not reject that help. I hope you all concur that that's a logical stance. Also, based on what you heard about the Democrats and how they are trying to register millions more people than exist in Texas, that makes our election integrity efforts more important to the extent that you have, as you know, as you all should know, in 2018, we did the largest attorney continuing education training on election law around the state that the party had ever done. We have made election integrity a priority, partly because during the 2 cycles when I was county chair in Travis County, I saw it up close and personal. And so our efforts this time on poll watchers, on election clerks, on election judges, on alternate judges in particular, and attorneys prepared and ready. My counterparts and I, our National Committee man and woman and I, met last week with the Trump campaign and the RNC to talk about the critical election integrity efforts that they are going to be helping us with. And again, it's them helping us, and we will gladly accept that help, along with our amazing task force being led by Don Elliott. Don and the rest of the task force members who are present, would y'all stand up for a second? Members. And there are a lot of members who are not here today that came in yesterday for the meeting and had to go back. Please, members, as you have ideas, suggestions on ways we can continue to up the game that is already the best we've ever done, please refer your suggestions to Committeewoman Elliott. I will reserve my candidate remarks for an appropriate time later today. Thank you very much. It's now time to break for lunch.
My name is Wade Emmert, and I am your lawyer. I have some reasonably important things to talk to you about today. It is usually my practice when I stand up here to start off by saying we are not the subject of any enforcement actions. I can say that again, we are not the subject of any enforcement actions. I also usually say that we are not a party to any lawsuits. I cannot say that this time. We are a party to a lawsuit in small claims court. This is kind of an interesting case. We, along with a candidate's campaign, were sued because the person received a text message he says he didn't sign up to receive. Well, the reality is he did not sign up to receive that text message, but his wife did. After he realized that, he said he's going to dismiss the case, which is all of maybe $500 to $1,000 anyway. But he's going to dismiss that case. He hasn't done it yet, so I'm bringing it to your attention. But that case will go away. Even without his dismissal, it was going to go away because it was not meritorious. And I did my Matlock litigation judo on it. And so it was going to Matlock, you know. Well, Terry Mason, they go back a little bit longer. So other than that small claims court, we are not the subject of any enforcement actions or any lawsuits. Woo! Yeah. All right. A quick few other things that we've been working on over the last quarter. I want to give props to the chairman. After this last filing period, you may recall that the SREC implemented Rule 8A, which requires in counties that those running for county chairman must have a certain number of precinct chair signatures on a petition. That's been in effect at least this cycle, maybe last. We had a challenge in one of our counties where a Republican lawyer was challenging your right to create that requirement. She supported a candidate who did not file that required petition. He, by law and per rule, was not put on the ballot. She threatened a lawsuit, threatened to file a writ of mandamus action, and to the chairman's credit, he said, you be prepared to challenge and to defend the county. He was willing to put up resources to do that, to defend the rule that you passed. Fortunately, it wasn't required. I sent a letter, and again, with my Matlock judo, convinced them that their lawsuit had no merit. And other than the nasty demand letter they sent, we've heard nothing else from them, and their deadline to complain is passed. So the party has been defending the rules that you have passed. Also, we have maybe changed. We have rethought about how we finance the convention. Typically, we have financed the state convention through use of both state and federal dollars, and we do that we have done that because that's what people just kept saying. Lawyers kept saying that's how you have to do it. That's how you have to do it. The reality is that's not how you have to do it. And we found a provision in the federal election code which specifically states that the state convention can't be paid for out of state funds. That is, for those of you who haven't had to balance state and federal accounts, this is a huge deal. Federal dollars are much more difficult to come by because of all the restrictions on raising that money. And so if you can save that money for your federal elections and spend state dollars on state convention, that's a significant benefit to the party. And so that's something that we have researched and are changing. We have also drafted a standard non-disclosure agreement. When we now contract with vendors, we put in that contract that they must agree to our standard non-disclosure agreement, which protects our proprietary confidential information, fundraising information, donor information, website analytics, text messaging data, those types of things. That has now become a standard practice when we contract with vendors to require that non-disclosure agreement. We have also revised or created, depending on your perspective, a website policy, a privacy website policy that will be posted, I think, shortly, if it's not already, including several important disclaimers, which I'll talk about in a moment. But really, it also, we just didn't have one, and we needed one. And through Terry Holcomb's efforts, we realized we didn't have one, and so that situation was corrected. We also have entered into an indemnity agreement with one of our text messaging vendors. Have any of y'all heard of the TCPA, the Telephone Consumer Protection Act? It is the law that prevents us from just robo-dialing anybody that we want. There has to be specific consent. It also applies to text messages. We realized, we're not violating the TCPA, but, we had some concerns that a vendor might. And so we reached an indemnity agreement with that vendor such that if the party gets sued because of something they are doing wrong, then we are protected. And then I mentioned the lawsuit, the small claims court lawsuit about the text message. I say all those things to drive home 2 points. Number one, the General Counsel's office has a lot on its plate that we are dealing with. And two, the scope of the things we are dealing with can be anything from litigation to leasing and contracting to FEC compliance to employment law issues. We had an issue the other day, CFS compliance, who Paul, the president, spoke to earlier this morning. They've been doing a great job from my perspective. They were able to see certain things about the way we have been hiring employees. Remember, we're going to have the largest staff we have ever had. And so as we do that, we need to make sure we have our ducks in a row. And so we had a conference call the other day, and Jason Ross was gracious to give us some of his time because he does some employment law. But that brought up another issue in my mind that we needed to address. The General Counsel's office, for as long as I can remember, has really been two main people, a General Counsel and an Assistant General Counsel. When Chairman Dickey was elected, that grew a little bit to 3 lawyers, 1 general, and then 2 assistants, which is what we have today. But we're Texas, and this is a big state with a lot of money flowing through it, and a lot of employees, and a lot of things we are taking on under Chairman Dickey's leadership. And so I presented to Chairman Dickey an idea to expand the General Counsel's office in key areas. So, for example, take the employment law issue that came up the other day. I think we need a specialized, volunteer attorney to help us out on employment law matters. I can be an expert on compliance. I can be an expert on ballot integrity or FEC or leasing contracting. I can't be an expert on everything, nor do I have the capacity. So we talked about expanding the General Counsel's office to appoint, or I guess recruit, is probably the better word, attorneys with specific skills and call them something like special counsel. They won't be officers of the party, but they'll be volunteers working under the direction of the General Counsel's office for specific things like being a resource to Kyle as we hire all these new employees. Maybe we find a special counsel to help us out if we have very particularized questions about FEC compliance. My point is, given the volume and the scope of the things that we are doing as a party, I want a General Counsel's office that is responsive to all those things we have going on. So it's not a formal, plan other than I'm going to be looking for specific attorney volunteers that have very particularized skill. One of which I've already found to help us with some employment law type issues Her name is Hillary Lynch out of Dallas. She practices exclusively in employment law. She's been volunteering for the county party. She served as an assistant general counsel for the county party years ago, back when I was chair of the Dallas County Party. She knows her stuff, and she's willing to volunteer her time and be a resource to Kyle as we hire, and the volunteer engagement program as we continue to hire all these staff members. So this doesn't require formal action. I'm just letting you know that the General Counsel's Office is trying to be responsive to what y'all have, the scope of work y'all have put before us, and to support that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that ends my report.
Please do join me in expressing our gratitude to Wade for serving as general counsel, really showing his leadership. Like almost all of you, he does this for the glory, the fame, the adoration, and the praise, not as he volunteers his time with his incredibly valuable services. And in case some of you missed it, and you must have, because I did not hear any applause. What he said, yeah, let's give him applause for his service. But in addition to all the amazing things, right, indemnification for really leading edge stuff that we are doing from outside vendors, right, that's amazing. Preparation for the legal complexities of hiring a couple hundred new employees in the next 6 months, right, that kind of thing. In addition to that, we had someone send us a cease and desist letter or whatever letter and threaten to sue us to claim that you all here did not have the right to set our bylaws, and our delegates did not have a right to set our rules, and we told them, come and take it. And they've gone away. Which is exactly what we've done. Right? We were fighting on every front. I'm so grateful that Wade and the new volunteers that will be recruiting. Again, these are volunteers helping on specific cases. We are not going to go through adding them as assistant counsels and taking them off as assistant counsels and all of that. These volunteers for special purposes led by Wade, and it is really fantastic. It is amazing to have a great, talented attorney who is also a former county chair of one of the biggest counties in Texas, so he knows us. And now, on to the standing committee reports, and the first one is the officials committee report. On the officials committee report, I already talked about budgets, so I won't talk about that anymore. Earlier this week, the officials committee met and denied booth applications for the Log Cabin Republicans. Yes, ma'am?
I would like to move that we accept the application for the Log Cabin Republican booth.
Okay, without objection, I'm going to reword the motion. Pardon? That was it? Okay, all right. So the motion is for the SREC to accept the application from the Log Cabin Republicans to purchase a booth at State Convention. Correct? Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Who is that?
Mike Rain.
Okay. We don't record that in minutes. I want to be sure it wasn't somebody random in the back.
Mike Rain, SD 26.
No, that's fine. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mover of the motion, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. Amy Hedke, SD 22 for Ashley Sellers. I sat in on the Rules Committee yesterday where we were reminded that in these discussions on partisan politics, we need to be leaving our egos at the door as we pursue what is going to be best for the party and for your Republican elections. I just got back from the RNC meeting that I've been attending for years, hearing the same things that you heard this morning Your president, your national party, your other states are pleading for you to increase the voice of the grassroots, to increase the votes in this election. In 2016, Trump did not win the popular vote. That needs to change. The only voice that the log cabins want to increase is that it is okay for their demographic to vote Republican. These are people that are here, they're going to vote, they're either going to vote Republican or they won't. I think pretty much all of us here have worked a campaign where we have lost by less than 50 votes. You know the importance of every single vote. This is not a fly-by-night organization that cropped up to oppose a liberal candidate or a conservative candidate or any other candidate. They've been working within the party for 40 years. Okay, they worked with Reagan. They're working to build Republican principles. They are the anti-leftist group in this particular demographic. You guys know that. If you've seen their booth that they had at TFRW, you probably would not have recognized it from any of the other groups. Miscommunications happen. Some of you saw the discussion yesterday. And since then, we've had Log Cabin Republicans put out an official statement affirming that they do support all 10 principles of the Republican Party. I think that everybody here is wanting to discuss this, to get their points on record. And that's important for our party, for our constituents, and for moving forward. And so to that end, for discussion, I would also like to consider that we're asked that everybody consider a roll call vote on this, and to also consider allowing Log Cabin Republicans Representative Marco Roberts to speak. That concludes my motion.
Okay, we're going to take those motions one at a time.
Mr. Chairman.
You have an interrupting motion? Sure.
JT was STL 11?
Yes.
I move to table it now.
That's not in order at this time.
Parliamentary Query, can you explain why it's not?
Because we've already got a motion on the floor.
On how to do the vote.
The motion on how to do the vote for the motion. We'll handle how to do the vote for the motion. Then we can.
Okay.
All right, so the motion to demand a roll call vote does not require a second. All in favor of the motion to demand a roll call vote, please stand. There is a 20% requirement of membership. Okay, all opposed? No, sorry. Yeah, 20% was not reached. That motion fails.
The second motion was to Marco Roberts.
All right, so if you were recognized after she had already made two motions, we're handling those two motions and then we'll be on yours.
Mr. Chairman, Parliamentary Query.
Yeah.
Is it true or not true that only one motion can be made by a member at a time, or the member for each motion must be recognized?
She made the entire motion, and the chairman divided it to
Yeah. She, parliamentarily, she had one motion that had three parts. I'm dividing it into three parts to handle each of the three parts individually. So that was technically the one motion. So right now, let's just handle does the body want to hear from Log Cabin Republicans president? Representative Marco Roberts. So that is the motion on the floor. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
There is a second for that. All in favor of hearing from? Yes. Yes, it's debatable. All in favor of hearing from Marco Roberts, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. The motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, JT was S11. I move to table indefinitely.
Okay. That move to table is the original motion that is currently on the floor. The motion to consider the application to the log cabins Republicans booth at convention. That is not, it is debatable.
Second.
Seeing no debate, there is a second. Seeing no debate. All in favor of tabling, say aye. Oh, wait. Postponing indefinitely. That requires a 2/3 vote, so we should do a standing vote. All in favor of postponing indefinitely, please stand. Okay, if you'll be seated, all opposed to the motion to postpone indefinitely, please stand. The motion prevails. Debates postponed indefinitely. That concludes the officials committee report. Next up is the Canada Resource Committee, Chairman Atwell, if you will please.
Good news is we don't have all the really terrible, horrible things, so bad news is.
Randy Dunning, SD 16, would you announce the vote, please? The count of the vote?
Not that kind of vote.
Okay, very good. I'm Steve Atwell, the CRC chairman. This is my partner in crime, Virgil, who you all know well. If you know me, a lot of you guys, every time I get up the microphone, cringe, because you know if I'm a friend of yours, you're probably going to be a full of a joke. And I want to talk about Chris Howell a minute. So we were doing a roll call out in the hall. I told him that there was a point of order, and I've never seen Chris run before. But there's more fun to come here in a second. Thank you for putting up with me. But we are a standing committee. We've talked about the state reps enough. Now we're going to talk about the below the state reps. How many of you guys remember that we don't want to have the straight ticket voting? How many of your friends who are running for lower ballot office are scared to death? I know there's big plans on encouraging people to go all the way down to the bottom, but these guys are going to have to raise their name ID. They're going to have to raise their GOTV. They got a campaign like the top of the ticket, and where the thin red line to help them. Right now, let's see. I want to thank my committee. My committee, can you guys stand up, please? And thank you guys. You know, they worked really hard at it. Sue, I told her she was permanently changed to this committee. She will never be let go, even though she's term limited. In a few minutes, I think we'll. Okay, we just announced we've added Karen Newton, former TFRW president, to our ranks, and she will be helping us out in Bear County. All right, going now. All right, that
know what's fixing to happen. It's convention time, this is where we raise most of our money, and this is where we really get our start to get going. Next. Okay, Capital Club. You guys are all familiar with the Capital Club. These are our levels. It starts at $10,000, $5,000 silver, $2,500 bronze, $1,000, $5,000. This is important to push this, to ask your elected officials, your actors, anybody who can write a check, actually, that's on the Capital Club board. And they will get in the programs, and there's other perks there. I'll be emailing this out to you. The rules are on the key pin is, if it's raised in your district, like, say, someone comes in SD9 and gets somebody to donate $25, and I get credit for it. It's just the easy way of accounting. If you are putting the Capital Club together, you get to eat what you kill. If you come in and get Kelly Hancock to write a $10,000 check, that's yours. You get credit for that. And so that's
It's not actually yours.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But so if you want your state rep or your county commissioner or something, you better go get him, because we're gonna come after him too. Somebody else will get you credit for your donation. So that will kind of put a fire under you guys. And next. Okay, this is step one. And our district conventions are coming up. Some are in county conventions, some of them are actual Senate conventions, just the entire Senate district. And this is where we really start getting wound up. We need 100% effort from all you guys. We have to have it. They're going to need more money than ever. And that means presentations and talk. I got envelopes with talking points in them, or you're fixing to receive a PowerPoint. Hold up the envelope. Prematurely back out. You'll be getting this with envelopes in it. This exhausts our current supply. All bullets, all rounds are exhausted. So you're not going to get any more envelopes for this round. Yeah.
And the way we allocated them, we had about 5,000 envelopes. So what we did was about one for every 2 delegates that you'll have to state convention. Of course, these are for your district conventions. So you need to make determinations between the two SREC in your district. If you've got multiple counties, you need to divide those and get them distributed to the counties. And we would like presentations at every single county and SD convention in the state. And let me tell my quick anecdote. Gail Stannard and I made a pitch at our SD convention 2 years ago. We raised our entire quota in 20 minutes. Wow. We used the presentation that Steve and the committee made, and we made a heartfelt pitch telling our voters, our delegates, that look, this is our fund as an SREC, this is our fund as an RPT. We fund all those forgotten candidates at the bottom of the ballot who this year need our help more than any other time because we're done with straight ticket voting. So people running for constable, county commissioner, sheriff, all of those offices that get forgotten in the shuffle sometimes, we're the ones who fund them. We're the ones who raise the money. We're the ones who determine where that money goes. And it's our candidates who are our friends and neighbors that we work hard for, that we make sure that they win. So this is our fund, and we need to sell it as such, and we need to raise our quota because we can make a difference with this fund, and we have in the past. So that's my pitch to my SD. I would encourage you to make a similar pitch.
All right. Okay, you'll be getting more instructions about this in the coming weeks before our Senate convention. I'm going to be a pain in the butt to you guys, so please open my email and answer my telephone calls, because I will not stop calling you or emailing.
I can verify that.
The barefoot one is over there. All right. Key, all right, state convention. This is where we raise our most money. We have 3 key elements. One, we're going to be, and I will show off our new pen. We'll have caucus presentations in the SDs and possibly in the CDs, as we normally do. Most of you have been on the SREC before. We need every one of them covered, and we'll be sending out instructions. And at that first SREC meeting, our last SREC meeting as a group, you'll be getting instructions on what to do, and we've been passing out the materials. During the general session, we're going to do our regular presentation with our video. It's still good right now. And we will have someone like Jay Nelson or someone giving that presentation pitch and be passing out cards there. And then we will be having our auction again. Am I running out of time? No. Next, we'll just go through the details. All 31 SDs will need to make a short presentation, so you guys will have to decide among yourselves who makes that best, or like the tag team that you guys do.
Then it'll be in SD caucus number 1.
Okay. And the packets will contain instructions, talking points, envelopes, in the new CRC bin. Envelopes will be placed in a secure, clear bag and delivered to you in the financial office. As always, I've already talked to the new finance team, and we've got that all straightened out. The general session will have a video and speaker, platinum donors on stage, and then SREC members will collect the envelopes. And we may switch over to it using Sergeant Arms. We're still working that out. And then we're working on a booth and silent auction like we did last time. We'll go into the next one. Okay. This is our old pen. This is a Sioux original. And then in our logo that we have, you'll see that when Sue was instrumental in that too. Everybody applaud Sue. Woo! We need a drum roll. So everybody do a drum roll. The new 2020 pen. It's on the left there. You know, see that? That's another Sioux original. You just give her a hand. These are limited editions. We're going to use this one time. We're going to, instead of the 4,000, I think we're going to order 2. But Sue does a marvelous job. And like I said, I will offer her free services to you till. But the next, okay, we got to get ready for convention. I know a lot of you guys will be running for re-election. We have committee assignments, but this is important. This is critical. Sometimes, if I'm involved in a race, I get a little thing that snaps inside of me that if I don't make that last call or raise that last dollar, my candidate's going to lose. Every one of us has to have that switch hit. And we've got to be our game all the way through. Next. And all of us cannot be Santa Clauses. We have to have worker elves. This is aimed against one of our worker elves in an elf costume at a Christmas party. I guess I'm not going to get invited to any more Christmas parties. But I told you it's more fun to come. But Ann's a great sport, but she works very, very hard. And sometimes they call us the Santa Claus deal, but we have to do work. I'm not going to be able to go with her and sit down again. So we're closed up here. But listen, thank you for all your help. Let's get money in. I'd like everybody to take one of their envelopes and put something in it today. Anything, $5, $10, $10,000, whatever you got. Yes. Steve, is there a minimum donation for the pen? It's probably going to be $25. Okay.
Will we have, Gail Stanart, SN15, will we have statistics in the packet for the information that you're going to be bringing to us of the success of the CRC money, perhaps in 2018?
It will be on the PowerPoint, but if you want a paper copy of it, I'll make it.
I think it would help. We should have that in our packet so that we can check it out. SD and County Committee.
Very good, thank you. Anybody else? All right, everybody, please give us something today. You're going to have a bunch of envelopes. Yes, just somebody say. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it, and thank you, committee, for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Alwell. In a moment, we're going to have Chairwoman Knowlton come up. But as party organization is the committee that came up with the idea of us doing county party websites and made the proposal in addition to the budget for this time. And that money was allocated January 1. Terry Holcomb and the team, including Brandon and Jen and a lot of other folks, Sam and Morgan, have cooperated to come up with a great vendor to produce a good website template, and we wanted to give you a quick image of that. Brandon, if you would just scroll down through this, what you can see is the major pieces of the Sample County's website, and it includes all of the required by law information, plus the information that really helps the party, including the donation stuff. You gotta be careful about scrolling down in that window. The way the interface works is a window with a scroll. Unless you guys took a screenshot of it and don't have the actual.
This was a new email to send us. Let me go pull up.
Are you able to click through them? I believe it's a mock.
This is a website mock-up. It operates differently than an actual website, but there you go. So you can see at the top, general information on the welcome, and it's a little difficult from memory. We have each of the major sections there, including sign up for email links and donations and so on. Keep going down. We have the local counties version of the Trumbo map and list. Keeps going down. We have elected official information, which is really nice. We'll be able to manage this behind the scenes, one and done for all the statewide and up levels, and then more easily for the others. You can see all the other things that are available on there. And this is a great first step. We already have a group of, I believe, 10 counties that have agreed to, have asked for us to roll this out with them over the next month, and we'll be rolling this out to get feedback. And this is version 1.0. I can't wait to see what version 3.0 looks like. Thank you. It is going to be great. Oh yeah, sorry. And the other thing I need to do before we go on to the party organization reports, you heard Chairman Atwell mention it in his report. We need to make it official. Chairman Atwell has asked, and she has graciously agreed, Karen Newton, immediate past president of the Texas Federation of Republican Women, has agreed to serve on the Candidate Resource Committee. Without objection, she is appointed. And now, Chairwoman Norton, for your report.
Excuse me, Chairman Dickey. May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
On the website?
Oh, sorry, for the cameras, if you'll identify yourself and your senator, sir.
Barbara, SD 29.
Thank you.
Regarding the website?
Yes.
I've spoken to you before, but El Paso has its own website.
Yes.
So my question is, some of the material that you're going to have on there, can we just download a specific portion of it so it's not, we're not redundant, we're not doing more than you're doing?
Certainly.
Okay, so we
Yeah, and one of the best examples of that, any county party that already has a website up and running can and should take advantage of our ability to share them a small bit of HTML code that lets just our events for their county show up and let them be one and done, managing events that will show both on their website and ours and any auxiliaries that work with us.
Okay, so we just go ahead with the option.
No, you submit it to us. Contact Sam, Sam Cole in communications, and he'll make sure you get the code you need.
Thank you.
You bet. Please encourage your county parties to do that. And now, party organization.
Thank you.
Will the members of the party organization committee please stand? Don't sit down. Don't sit down. Let us all join in a round of applause to thank this initiative that we as a group we're pushing and where it's going. Thank you very much, Republican Party. This is going to be so important for our county chairman. And as we move forward, I know that as having been a county chairman myself, I had privileged access to Jack DeBose, who's sitting back there, who helped us put together a county website. I had no idea what I was doing, and being part of our Senate district, I twisted his arm. You know, he was very gracious in helping us, but not everybody has that kind of access to people who are able to do that. So this will help so many counties, particularly so many rural counties. And I thank you, and I look forward to seeing how this progresses as we move forward to 2020. We had our meeting yesterday. We do have completed our supplement to the training manual. That will be online on exclusive content shortly, and a link will be sent to all the county chairmen for them to view that. Brandon will take care of that. Again, I want to thank Kathleen Wall, Jack DeBose, Terry DeBose, Sandra Kent, Wayne Wright, Skylar Blaylock, Vlad Davidic, and Melissa Conway for all of their help in putting that together. We also talked, talked about recommendations that we might make for the party organization committee in 2020-2022. And so I'll be putting some thoughts in writing and delivering that to the chairman in short order. And now I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege. I am one of the candidates the chairman mentioned that has no primary opponent for state representative in House District 31. And I'm here to declare there are Republicans south of Interstate 10. And we're going after them. And part of that initiative was just the appointment today of Carlos Romero, who's the new county chairman in LaSalle County. That is a huge step, and I'm partnering with Terry Harper, my counterpart from SD 21, and we're working together to grow that area. And we will be block walking. I loved hearing Mr. Carney talk about their block walking efforts. Our block walking efforts look a little different in South Texas. We hit every Dairy Queen, every Mexican restaurant, every courthouse in the area to get our message out. And as most of you know, Stuart, my husband, and I helped Peter Flores in his record accomplishment of being the first Republican in Senate District 19 to be elected since the Civil War. And Stuart he rode with Peter on that trail in 19 counties doing that block walking. And so many people will say, well, he just won by a hair, but you know what, he won. And it is going to be, it is a battle, but it is a battle we know how to do, and we'll replicate that battle in HD 31. So I thank you all. I welcome any support that you might give. This is a flippable district. My opponent has not had a Republican challenger since 2012. In 2018, he had a Democrat primary opponent, and she came within 3,000 votes of defeating him. We can do this, and I need help from all of y'all and from across the state. And I have received a major endorsement from Empower Texans, so I'm up there with Louis Gohmert, folks. So anything you can do, I welcome it. I thank you all for the opportunity to serve you in the party organization committee. For the party, the county chairman, that's where my heart is. We need to be reaching out to them, and thank you all for everything you do to help the county chairman. Thank you.
Okay, now, JT Edwards, we're ready for the report of auxiliaries and coalitions. Did I catch you out of the room? That's impressive. All right. Without objection, we'll skip that and come back to it. Virgil Cruz. Welcome back. We missed you at the last meeting. Are you good for the resolutions committee report? Excellent. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I want to thank my committee members. I'm going to recognize them by name and have them stand individually. So our committee secretary, Terry Leo Wilson, Pastor Stephen Broden, I don't believe is here, Britton Brooks, And stay standing, please.
Yes, sir.
Stand up. Sam Bryant, I don't believe is here either. Barbara Carrasco. Robert Casillas. Marvin Cleed. Sam Dalton, I don't believe is here. Nita Davidson. Mark Dunham. Jerry Fisher. Jill Glover. David Halverson. Bob Kessig. Linda Kinney. Jason Ross. Ashley Sellers, I believe is not here today. Allison Winter. And that's my committee. So I was so proud to work with these people. I think we were a great team. Yesterday, and you can be seated, thank you. We met informally yesterday because I didn't have a quorum. And then when their meeting was done, I dragged them back to my committee. So we did gain a quorum at 12:16 p.m., 1 minute after we were supposed to adjourn, and we continued our meeting in a formal legal way. We considered a resolution under our authority under the bylaws to make a recommendation to the temporary platform and resolutions committee, and I'll ask that be put on the screen, please.
What are we putting on the screen?
Could you please?
What are we putting on?
Resolution that, our recommendation. So this is a resolution that because we took it under our bylaws authority to make a recommendation to the temporary platform and rules committee of state convention, it does not require any action by this body. And furthermore, I should make it clear that it has no effect on the 2020 convention. So this is a recommendation that we prepared, and we get it up there.
You know what the name of it was?
Resolution on the state convention duty.
It's in the packet.
And I'll just read the results just for information purposes. Therefore, be it resolved that the Resolutions Committee of the State Republican Executive Committee recommends to the Temporary Platform and Resolutions Committee of the 2020 Republican Party of Texas Convention that it adopt specific language defining criteria to be applied in accepting or rejecting exhibitor booth applications, and be it further resolved that the Resolutions Committee notify the SREC and its Rules Committee of the recommendation made herein above. And I'm scrolling down. So that was the only resolution we took up yesterday. Again, requires no action by this body. And then we adjourned as a committee at 12:25. I will probably be calling a telephone meeting of the committee after SD and county conventions, and obviously before state convention, so we can talk about what other recommendations we may have for the temporary platform and resolutions committee. So you can be on the lookout for that meeting call. In a moment of 2 moments of personal privilege, I want to thank Ashley Bechtold from RPT. She was our committee clerk for the term, and without her help, I don't think we could have done our work as efficiently and dealt with all the things that have to be done that you take for granted when you've got to get copies made and text corrected and things distributed. So her diligent help made everything work smoothly. And just as my final moment of personal privilege as committee chair, I want to thank my committee first and foremost, Chairman Dickey, the staff, everyone who gave us resolutions, who made our work enjoyable, and hopefully we made an impact. And it's been an honor to serve as the chair of that committee, and I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to do so. So thank you very much.
Okay, now, Mr. Edwards, we're ready for the report of auxiliaries and coalitions.
Wow, this
works for Miriam. Mr. Chairman, members, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve you as chairman of Auxiliaries to Coalition. It's been a fun time, a fun ride, and first things first, I've got most of the members I know I got some new members, but please stand and be recognized for your excellent work and your contributions to the Republican Party of Texas.
Yes.
And I would like for my auxiliaries and our coalition partners to please stand as well and be recognized. Give a warm big ups to our, I know y'all around here somewhere. I see Anthony Wynn. Thank you guys around the stage. Thank y'all so much. And members, it's been a cool 2 years. It's been a challenging 2 years, but I don't believe that probably an understatement, like Mr. Chairman. But I will tell you that our committee has worked diligently. I definitely would go without, remiss if I didn't thank my wonderful deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Roy Morales. Would you please stand for this guy was awesome. And some my dear listeners, some of ours, please stand, be recognized. They worked so hard, as well as my wonderful secretary, the Honorable Don McDonald. Thank you so much for keeping the trains running on time. Thank you guys so much. So yes, she always keeps me on the time. Even when I call her, Mr. Chairman, you're on time. Members, the committee took no actions yesterday, so I don't have a report to give, but I didn't give you a report, we did nothing. And with that, to do nothing, right? And I want to thank you guys so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the honor and the privilege to lead this wonderful set of SRECs and leaders and auxiliaries and coalitions. It's been such a pleasure. And to you all, to SRECs and everybody alike, thank you for your support. God bless. Thank you.
Okay, now, just for the record, this is the last meeting we will have away from convention. And technically, you all have one more meeting in you. At convention. Let's see, next up is Shane Duncan for rules. We are not able to do this with the pomp and circumstance, so we would have liked to have done this because his family, his wife, is not able to join us today. But if you will all remember that in our last meeting, we will pass a resolution recognizing and honoring our just newly appointed assistant parliamentarian Clint Moore, who anyone who has been in Texas Republican politics at any time in the last 3 decades has met and, dare I say, learned from. I would like to take just a brief moment and at least you all saw the resolution, you all heard the resolution. The team did a really nice job of it that we're going to have framed and provided to his wife. Be resolved that the Republican Party of Texas recognizes the incredible and long-lasting effect that Clint Moore has had and will continue to have on our party, our rules and bylaws, and the preeminent status of our grassroots activists. And be it further resolved that the Texas State Republican Executive Committee honors the memory, awards, accomplishments, dedications, and legacy of our friend and departed colleague Clint Moore. And be it further resolved that the Republican Party of Texas expresses our deepest condolences to Diane Moore and Clint's extended family, to his dear friends throughout Texas and the United States, and to the countless people who were privileged to know, learn from, and be motivated by the life of Clint Moore. I am proud and pleased and humbled to have been one of those people impacted by it. Thank you. And actually, it's so fitting that this is before the Rules Committee. For anybody who doesn't know, we would not be the bottom-up grassroots party in our rules that we are if it were not for the individual amazing contributions of Clint Moore. And to anybody who says there's not a difference between the parties, not only are our principles better and our policies better, we are the party where the committed individual can make a difference and make a difference for generations. And every time I talk to a donor about why they give to us as opposed to an individual candidate, why they give to us in addition to what they give to a candidate, the impact that I've been in over the last 10 to 12 years, the impact that folks like Clint have been able to have over them, it is a perfect example of why I tell my kids, never give up, never surrender. We can do this, and we are doing this in the best way there is. God bless you.
Yes, I have to second that. It was thanks to Clint that I really got very much into rules and enjoyed it, and he taught me an awful lot. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met, and I have to say, Rules is one of those committees that is probably one of the most thankless committees. Nobody ever likes rules. But my committee has been so wonderful, and I have been so honored to work with them, and I'd like to ask them to all stand. It's thanks to these people that it has been such a pleasure to be a chair, and they've been amazing. We've never really had big arguments. Nobody's ever gotten mad at each other. I mean, we can debate, and it has been just very pleasant. And yesterday proved that out. We all just got together because we had no rules to go over, and we discussed what would be some good things to send on to the Rules Committee at state. And so we're going to put some of that together, and it's going to be great. And I really thank them, and I was honored to be their chair. And this has been a wonderful 2 years. So thank you all very much for what you did. Thank you.
Okay, now legislative priorities. Mr. Ramsey.
Somebody start a clock. This may be my shortest talk ever.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chairman. First of all, on our agenda, we had no new business. We were so thrilled at that, you cannot imagine. Before I continue, can I have all the members of the committee, hard-working committee, like all the committees, stand up and just get a round of applause for their hard work. And even though we didn't have any new business to actually consider, it's obvious we're, at this point, not going to have a special session in the next month or so. We did decide that what we would do is try to give some guidance to you current sitting SREC members on what to consider in choosing your convention legislative priority people. Okay, two of you, each SD gets one pick. And so as a committee, we came up with 10 rules, not 10 commandments, but not even rules, I guess. But they are considerations. They're in your digital packet, so you can print them out, you can call them up on your iPhone, whatever. And here's the 10. I didn't try to sugarcoat them or put them into full sentences or anything like that, so forgive the lack of English grammar and syntax. Number one, well-versed in RPT issues. And we're talking platform priority type of issues, not process issues. We had a discussion on that. Don't think the process is nearly as important as the issues themselves that the party typically deals with at convention on platform and priorities. Number two, understands RPT state conventions, that this is a big commitment and kind of knows the ropes on conventions. If you've got somebody that's come out of nowhere that first time to go to a convention, maybe that wouldn't be the best pick to go on the legislative priorities committee. Number 3, can express ideas very, very well, both verbally and committing them to writing. In this committee, we will be using the one subject rule this time for the priorities that get submitted to the convention. And so the wordsmithing will be extraordinarily important, especially on issues where there is a bit of a spectrum on where the convention delegates may be. You've got to be extraordinarily helpful there. Hard worker, number 1, has time and resources, translated money, to actually attend the convention all week long. It may not take quite as much physical time during the week as perhaps platform would, but Tanya corrects me. She says it actually does. Okay, fine. Has to be hard worker number 2, having the time to do some work before the convention week actually starts. And this will be the nature of putting things in electronically that maybe some of your counties or your SD may not have put in electronically. If there's any holes in what's in the electronic database at that point, it will fall on the committee member to actually try to plug those gaps. So if you have a stack of paper that comes in from your counties, they're going to have to turn that paper into ones and zeros. It would be nice, again, these are not that they have to have all 10 characteristics, but for you to consider, it would be good if they have a good understanding of how the legislature works, to go in with perhaps a pie in the sky kind of idea and get that all the way through the convention that maybe has pretty close to 0 chance of passage will not be particularly helpful to it. We want to only focus on things that are well, that we're going to fight for and that will pass. Has testified in committee on bills. The reason this one's in there is because if you have testified on bills before, then you've got a feel for what kind of guidance would be helpful for other people that may not have been on the committee when they're volunteering to testify on those bills. So, we could have a legislative priority, let's say on pro-life, but depending on what it says, it might be appropriate or not for a particular bill. So having some experience testifying in committees would be very helpful. Can and has walked in and spoken with legislators. Very important to be able to make your case one-on-one, not just from the podium for a 2-minute kind of speech at a committee meeting. And then the last 2 we had spent a lot of time on. Number 1 is not a sitting elected official. The consensus of the committee was that kind of skews the way a committee operates at state, to have a sitting elected official, I should say legislative elected official on the committee. And the last one is willing to help advocate for grassroots legislative priorities in the 87. So we fully expect that most of the committee members will in turn be ad hoc members of the SREC Legislative Priority Committee going forward after that. That's for you to use. There's no action needed other than consider that when you're making your appointments in the next few weeks. We also suggested that the committee might consider having a legislative advisory panel to kind of make sure things don't completely go off the rails in some fashion that might be unforeseen. We also again brought up the idea that we should consider as either permanent rules or in this body's bylaws next time, which I won't get to debate, a name change for one or both of the committees, the SREC committee versus the commission committee. There was actually confusion in a conversation within our committee yesterday on which committee was being talked about. And if we can't keep it straight as the SREC committee, you can imagine the confusion out there with delegates and whatnot. And then last, and this again is for your support, or your use is there's a recap of the legislative support page that RPT staff did a wonderful job on. You remember last time we asked that all candidates for legislative offices and certain other elected officials be asked to weigh in. Do you support the current 5 legislative priorities? And the results were better than I expected, not quite what I hoped for, but those results are in the link that's on the bottom of my report. And if you don't like going to the Google pages and all that, then there's an Excel sheet version of it as of 2 days ago. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you very much.
I think he's right, and that was a record. Yes, ma'am? It's not there yet. Not yet. For anybody wondering, we always try to make sure we got microphones working well, because that makes a huge difference for those watching the live stream and or recording later.
Yes, on our SD15, I didn't hear an appreciation for Ashley Bechtold also in our committee, keeping track of all of the things that are going on as the RPD person that was provided to us with the putting things up on the screen is enormously helpful, and I want to acknowledge her.
Here, here. I'm very proud of all of our staff and the great team we've developed. As Steve said earlier, it is the best. And now on to the special committee reports. Convention arrangements. Dion starts.
Yeah, Dion.
Hey guys, long time no see. Okay, first of all, I want anybody who has had anything to do with planning this convention, whether it is the SREC, my working group, or the staff, to stand up. Guys, I don't think y'all have any conception of what it takes to put on a convention. I love you all, but I tell you what, James, I could die, there are times when if I come in a wig, y'all love me anyway, okay? Because my hair is going to be gone. This is the last meeting, official meeting, before the week of convention that we're going to be having. And I know that it's still 3.5 months out, but let me tell you guys, it feels like it's going to be next week. So be prepared. This time is going to go very quickly. The committee and the staff have been working very, very hard to make sure that this is going to be one of the best conventions that we've ever had. So a big part of that is the schedule. If you look in your digital package, Brandon, can you build it up on the screen for me? Yeah, I promise, guys, it's there. You're going to see the draft schedule. I want you to see at the beginning of the page, it says draft in really big letters. Okay? At the bottom it says this is subject to change. And when I say it's subject to change, I mean like up to the minute before somebody might take the stage. Okay? There's a reason that we put it out that way. We have made it a priority to take care of the convention business, the party business, rules, platform, ledge priority. We have allotted an exorbitant, not an exorbitant, I guess, but a larger than normal amount of time for discussion on platforming rules and ledge priorities. And even Mark Ramsey, when we were talking about it in rules the other day, he was like, hey, that's a lot of time. Thanks. So, I know y'all don't think that 3.5 hours is a lot of time, but 3.5 hours is a lot of time. So, but having said that, we don't know what we don't know. Right? We don't know what is going to happen. And believe me, I have been to every convention since 1992, and something always happens, right? And we have no ability to know how to control that. The only thing that we can do is hopefully mitigate that and have a contingency plan. So we are coming up with contingency plans for whatever may occur, whether it is a visit from dignitaries or whether it is somebody won't be quiet on the stage and I don't have a long enough hook to get them off, whatever that may be. So, one of those contingency plans, is the possibility of coming back after the gay lets finish our platform. I really think that we have given enough time, to debate all of our rules, platform, and lunch priorities, but in the event that we have to, we have talked to the convention center, and that is a possibility. So be prepared and make sure that your delegates are prepared for that eventuality. I really don't want to hear you grumbling. All right. One of the other things that I think is really important that we have work to do is to identify things that can be made better. And one of those is caucus training, right? For both the SD, for those who have had to go through caucus training or had caucus chairs who didn't necessarily either attend the mandatory, again, operative word being mandatory, right? Caucus chair training. I think that there are a couple of different things, and thanks to some great suggestions and some working through, we are working on getting a webinar training together that will be recorded, that people can watch as many times as they want. I don't know how many of you are homeschoolers in here, but there's a curriculum called Teaching Textbooks, right? My son loved that because he could go back and watch it again and again and again until that math problem or that formula actually stuck in his head, right? So that people can do that. You can go back and you can watch it as many times as you want to do it until you feel comfortable with the process. But let me make something very, very clear. This does not take the place of in-person training. In-person training is mandatory on Wednesday of the convention. It's at 7 o'clock. And when you pick a caucus chair for your SD, please make sure that they understand that they have to be at the in-person training. Part of that is because we are going to be training for the electronic voting, right? And we want everything to go as smooth as possible. And in order to do that, these people have to not just watch it on a video, but they need to get their hands on it. So I would also encourage whoever is your caucus chair, have them have their secretary at that in-person training, and have them have, if you have one, an IT person. In Senate District 30, not only do we have the secretary, but we have somebody who is an IT kind of techie person who comes with us to the training, and they sit there and go through the electronic training themselves so that they can mitigate any issues that we might have. So I would encourage you, it's not required, but I would encourage it. One of the other things that your caucus chair is going to have to do is pick up their training materials. And this goes for the CD caucus chairs, whoever they may end up being. All right, as SREC, one of the other things that I have been asked about multiple times is when do the SREC and county chairs get to register? So, drum roll. Are y'all listening? Registration for SREC and county chairs will open the 1st of next week. Okay? So, you will need to be watching for an email from RBT. It will have a link in it. Okay? That link will allow you to go ahead and register and get your hotels. Caveat, do not share the link with your good friends, because we are watching the registration page, and if they are not authorized to be registering at this point, and believe me, we all have our good friends that we want to, oh, it's going to be okay, nobody will notice. Guess what? We are watching, right? We've actually got people who we get notes on. They're going to get kicked off. And let me tell you, they're going to be a lot more unhappy if they get kicked off the registration than they will if you just make them wait till it's their turn, okay? Speaking of registration for everybody else, Grassroots, our target date for that to open is going to be about April 1st. Keep in mind that we have to wait till March 21st to even have our Senate and county conventions. And then they got 5 days to get it into RBT, and we have to do all the little things. I say we, that would be the staff. have to do all the things that they need to do in order to get those things ready, and then it will open up. So last time it was April 1st, it didn't end up happening until April 8th, but, you know, sometimes some counties are slower than others, so I just have to say. So, when you register, there you will be able to secure your hotel room. It will not pop up as a link to the hotel. It should bring you up a PDF. If there is any problems with when you register, feel free to contact me or contact Todd. All right. You will also be able to, when you register, sign up for any events, gala, or all of the fun stuff that you come to expect from the convention. And speaking of events, Rena Peden. Rena, stand up. This poor lady is doing her space planning and ICW planning. So ICW is her convention with. So everybody that wants to, you know, have a fun event at the convention while we're all there, they all have to go through her. So she has been doing yeoman's work, and the calls and emails have been coming fast and furious recently. And for me personally, Rena, thank you very much for all the work that you have put in. So we are going to have a whole lot of stuff for you to choose from. We have a whole lot of requests coming in. Donna Elliott, Dawn, where are you? Dawn Elliott is working on transportation for the convention. She's spoken to Metro in Houston, and they are willing to work with us to help get people to and from the airport, around the city, whatever you need. And we are going to hopefully have a link to that on our website that links to them. If you have questions about transportation, I'm going to ask that you call Dawn. She's also going to work on putting together information on parking. That's another big question that we got a lot last year. Where can we park and how much is it going to cost? So she's going to get all of that lovely information, shuttles from hotels, all of that will be accessible on our website. I will say that if you do decide to get a Q card from Metro, I have been advised that you need to do it sooner than later because it takes a little bit to process. Don't wait till the week before convention to get that done. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we were talking about possibly being able to order the Q card off of our registration
We
table.
haven't figured out the details of that, if that's possible.
What's important though is that anyone over about, I forget the exact age, but it's like 70 and above, it's free to ride on Metro. So
Okay, I don't know if
you
y'all heard that, but for your older delegates, 70 and above is free to ride on Metro, so that may be.
With
an
the Q
option.
card.
With the Q card, sorry, caveat there. Okay, so we are trying to put a link on there for that. We are also going to be utilizing the Attendify app. How many of y'all used the Attendify app last time? All right. We got a ton of compliments on Attendify, right? This is a great thing. We have talked about possibly putting a link to download the app. I would suggest that you do it. It is a great way. If you are a caucus chair or you, when you're appointing your caucus chair, encourage them to do that so that they are up to date with any changes and they can make those announcements in their caucuses, right? This is a great way to get information out quickly to the delegates. We are talking about better ways to communicate with the SD and CD caucus chairs during the convention, possibly a signal chat or something that allows us to quickly download all of this information to y'all. Speaking of which, the convention site is live now. Have any of you actually gone to look at it? Woo-hoo! Okay, so thank you, Sam, for all the work that you have put, and Morgan, sorry, Morgan, that they put into this, and they are working diligently. There's a lot of things that, you know, it says coming soon, but keep looking because that information is constantly being updated. Guys, that's all that I have at the moment. Chairman Dickey, thank you for appointing me, even though it was a little bit reticent. Thank you to my committee, and I just want to say, let's have a great convention, guys. Any questions? I see that we, hang on, we have a person.
Chris McGill, NC6. John, do you know if our grassroots club members will continue
Yes,
to
they
get
will.
priority?
Yes, they will. 24 hours, I believe, one day in advance before we open it up to everybody else.
Good. So for all new members, that's a great selling point at Senate District Convention to get new grassroots club members. Make sure you have plenty of brochures to hand out at your Senate District meeting. and promote that if they are a member, they will get priority registration as well as removal from our current solicitation list. I find that to be a very good salesman technique, and I ran out of grassroots club brochures to pass out when we did Senate District Convention training. So fellow senators, please continue to use that type of promotion.
We were just talking, we're gonna have an official RPT video encouraging people to sign up for Grassroots Club NY, available for all of you to share with all of your conventions.
Mike Bergsman, County Chair Association. Two questions. One, the early registration, does that include county chairs?
It is SREC and county chairs.
God bless you. And second, are we gonna have the last time we had electronic voting in Cox's, for the Cox's that paid for it, are we gonna do that again?
We have electronic voting for all caucuses, both SD and CD.
Madam Chairman.
That's good, okay, David, oh, sorry, that's Gail.
Gail Stanhart, SB15. I'm not hearing anything about funding the convention and the money side of that.
Okay, so there's several mechanisms, all right.
So funding the convention is not a responsibility of the committee, it's a responsibility of the party. And so it's just our ongoing operation. We have got to raise 1.6 million for it. Historically, about a third of that comes from registration fee. The registration fee has been bumped a little bit this year to pay for that electronic voting that you all like. And then we also have about a third of it comes from corporate sponsorship, and then about a third of it comes from other donations. So we already have a team devoted to raising money for it. You all saw in your cash availability report, there's already money in for the convention, and those are the cash balances in the convention accounts, which means it's minus any deposits, down payments, all that other stuff we've already had to pay.
Which is significant. David.
David Halverson, SB12. Could you repeat the website, convention website again?
Okay, so if you want to go look at the convention website, go to texasgop.org, click on events, comes down to drop down, says 2020 convention.
Second question, are there going to be any grassroots club events this time?
There will be a grassroots breakfast that are free to grassroots, and it will be on Friday morning at 7 a.m.
Okay, very good. And to the chairman, since the delegates and the SDs who actually raised money paid for their electronic voting last year, do they get a discount on the, just thought I'd ask.
Last convention, only the delegates who raised the money to pay for voting got voting. That was the reward they got for raising the money. This time, we raised registration fees for everyone, and everyone will get voted. But no, they already got their thing. They already got their, the benefit they got was electronic voting last time. You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Just a couple of minor questions. You know approximately when the date for either grassroots club or the general registration will be?
Well, it has to be after delegates are known, which means it has to be several days after March 21st. So assume April 1st-ish, give or take a few days, depending, of course, on how quickly we get all the data from the counties and SD conventions, which last time was a problem in a handful of counties. Yes, sir.
And the other thing, Mark, and the other thing is, are there any Second Amendment issues with the
Oh, no, great, actually, I know this. Thank you for asking. So, many of you will remember, we have to work so far ahead on convention agreements that the contracts for the 2020 convention had already been signed before I was elected chairman in June of 2017. Those contracts did not include explicit agreement that we would have accommodations for not having 30-06, 30-07. Fortunately, we did a lot of negotiations, And the main hotel for the convention is the Marriott Marquis. And that is not only the biggest block of rooms for this convention, but it is also where any meetings that we have, the official meetings we have that will not be in the convention hall, will be in that hotel. There are no issues with the convention hall, by the way. The convention hall is fine. At the hotel, and no signs. There are no signs at the Marriott Marquis as well, and they have assured us it will stay that way for the 2020 convention. And that is the main block of rooms. We put in our agreement for the 2022 contract that they could not prevent carrying at the convention hotel. Yes.
Michael Plosky, Senate District 5. We talked about the electronic voting, and as we know, in past conventions, one of the challenges has been confusion between weighted voting and, actual physical number of people voting in their caucuses. And so, and I really appreciate the fact that you're doing additional training for caucus chairs, because I think that's so necessary. But as the data is loaded, and you're gonna have to have two sets of data, one for Senate District caucuses, one for Congressional District caucuses. That's all going to be preloaded for our caucus chairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Including the logic of whether it's weighted or one person, one vote.
Yes, thank you.
All that's preloaded. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, quick question for the body. As I said earlier, we will have one more official SREC meeting. It will be the day before convention. It will be at convention in Houston in May. Is it the will of the body that we take our official SREC photo sometime later this afternoon? We do have the equipment and the space to do it. Or is it the will of the body that we wait and hope that we've got better, not worse attendance at the state convention in Houston? So just give me a general sense. All in favor of doing it today, say now. Now. All in favor of waiting, say wait. Wait. Wow. I tell you what, here's my suggestion, depending on what time we wrap up. I would suggest that we actually do both, that we get a picture today and we plan on doing a photo at convention, and then we will have both available, and who knows, hopefully that way we'll guarantee the other one. So that's what we're gonna do. And now, to the advancement committee, Chairwoman Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the members of the advancement committee please stand? Okay, and I want to thank you guys for yesterday. We had the most in attendance that we've had the whole time. We had like the super majority yesterday. It was awesome. So the only business we did yesterday, which is pretty important, is approving our speaker applications for the Speakers Bureau. And I know I've pounded that into you guys. Where is the Speakers Bureau list? TexasGOP.org. Texas spelled out. GOP.org. Okay. And we approved about a handful of them. And who has heard of Todd Starnes with Fox News and Town Hall? Guess what, y'all? He applied to be in our Speakers Bureau. Is that fantastic or what? So now you'll go look, right? And I just wanted to thank Chairman Dickey for allowing this committee to work his vision for us, and hopefully did the vision well. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. And now, I recognize Vice Chair Alma Perez-Jackson to give the report of the Engagement Committee. Vice Chair Jackson.
He remembered
short meeting. We had 9 present out of 16. Rhonda, are you still in here? I'm gonna have her come up and give us what she is doing, because I couldn't remember all of it. And our secretary was typing as fast as she could, and she couldn't get it all either. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell what the group is doing now. Robert Casillas, he was at a Walk for Life in El Rio, and he was impressed with the attendance there. There were over 300 people there. He also suggested that maybe many of us need to start writing articles to all of the media outlets to let them know what's going on, what Republicans are doing in different areas. Now, the chances that they will announce it or print it are not that good, but we can't get anywhere if we don't try it, right? So I thought that was a great idea. I hope Robert gets busy writing. Then we have Walter. Walter West is everywhere. I couldn't keep track of everything he said either. But Walter is doing Hispanic engagement. Wow. He was in Hidalgo County. He's doing Black engagement in Beaumont with Colonel Allen West. He is involved with, is it Brexit?
Yes.
Lexus. We're not in Europe. Okay. Correct. He's involved with that, and he just went on and on. I said, he's active. The guy is really out there. He's introduced me to a lot of people, so I know he's out there working. And he's not with us now. I'll give him a big thumbs up. Let's see. Roy Morales. Roy is very, very active in engagement. He started a pachyderm club in Houston, and he and his partner, Don, have come up with a card that they mailed out to their district. And they've got a map of their district on there with very helpful information on the back of it. He lists where you can learn how to be a state convention, how to get educated on the state convention, and who to contact. He's listed the Republican Party of Texas number, their website, how to get registered, and they mailed these out to all the new movers in their district. So I thought this was a great idea to wake them up and try to gather some Republicans as they move in. So thank you for doing that, Dawn and Roy.
We don't have enough people to block walk that many houses.
It is
So that
large
was our
district.
way of trying to reach those people, because we just don't have the manpower in our
Well,
estate.
thank you for doing it. And Susan Fountain, she's organizing meet and greets. And what she's doing is she's trying to get people to come out and just get involved. And she doesn't care whether they're Democrats or Republicans. When she gathers some candidates and people listen to them, they usually realize that they're more Republican than Democrat, because the Democrats don't have anything to offer except for free stuff, and we pay for it. So thank you, Susan, for doing that. Active there. And me, I'm everywhere I'm asked to speak. So I'll let Rhonda tell you what she's doing. Thank you.
And Miss Alma, thank you so much. She is great. I love working with this woman. Now, I have moved from being Texas Federation of State Membership Vice President into my new job, and we actually added 2,000 more members this year, so we're up to 11,000. That's going to be important because every single one of those women has a job coming up in the fall. My new position is TFRW Victory 2020/Strike Force/Engagement. We are here to raise up volunteers. You're going to have so many volunteers, you're not going to know what to do with all of us. We're smushing the Democrats. Oh, yeah. Yes, we do. Okay, I divided the state into 16 regions with a regional director in each of the areas, with multiple directors in all of our cities. And so we actually have 26 regional directors. Some of those are here today. I'll have them stand in just a moment. We are working with the 10K for 10R program, this project, and thank you so much, Steve Munisteri and Mitch, Alex, and Stephanie, for all of your support. And then we're not only registering people to vote, but we're building a huge volunteer list that we are going to send people into those blue areas in the fall. So you see, all of our red counties are going to be asked to partner with blue counties in this fall. And even though I'm still the Mighty American Strike Force National Co-Chair, Texas is a battleground. Nobody leaves Texas this year, folks. We're all staying right here in Texas. And so forget, I'm telling you, it's a no vacay zone in October. Nobody goes to look at the leaves up there in the east. Too bad for that this year. I don't care if you've got a 50th wedding anniversary coming up, or wait until November 4th to celebrate that. We are all staying right here, and we're going to strike force. We're going to work from 9 in the morning until 9 p.m. in your own area. And then I've already talked to the Oklahoma Federation of Republican Women. They are coming down to work in Dallas. I've worked with people in Louisiana. They're coming over to Houston. Even New Mexico, as many times as I've been there, has promised to send people in to work at CD23. We're going to hold that seat too, even though they're a battleground for President Trump. We sent people out to also to work in Gary Gates' race, and so we just inundated everyone with workers. We had a great group. Debbie Duke had a great group started who was phone calling, and we had folks travel from Lubbock all the way to Katy, which is about 8 hours, and walk for 2 or 3 days and turned around and went back. Another college kids for a place to be out of school. We're here to turn this purplish hue that's going on here in our state back to deep, deep red from the president, all the way down to our judicial seats in the county, and most importantly, to move our state house back to a huge majority. So as I finish up, I'd love for Debbie Duke and Linda Hogue, Mary Catherine, Christy Antoinette, and Debbie Hayes. Those are some of the regional directors to stand. I want you to see them. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, all of you, and that's the end of my report.
Yeah, once again, that was part of our consistent effort for Texans defending Texas. Let's see, so now, is there any new business? Yes, ma'am.
Summer-wise, SD24, I have a resolution that I would like to move,
Okay,
and I submitted it to.
does Brandon, actually, wait a minute, if you wouldn't mind, if you'll indulge me, there were a couple of things I wanted to do real quick. Okay, especially after, having just had the engagement committee, we've got a special project underway. We've talked about this. We talked about it at the last meeting and the meeting before. We have a special project where we have dozens of candidates and volunteers and activists from all over the state recording videos with us on why they are a Texas Republican. And we have a handful of those. We'll provide the link to you in your list. But Brandon, if you would please fire off the video for everybody, I would appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Louise Stein. I'm a proud Texas Republican. Because as an immigrant, I know the difference between a free and fair society. I know that big government is never the solution. And Republicans believe in small government, personal responsibility, and the strength that comes from faith and family. And that's why I'm a proud Texas Republican.
Hi, I'm Chad Burke, and I'm your candidate for Dallas County Sheriff. I've spent 38 years in Dallas County. 16 of that have been in law enforcement. Throughout my time, I've followed the same moral code. And I believe the Republican Party follows those same morals. Personal accountability, the rule of law, and treating everyone equally. Those are something that everyone should strive for. It's my belief that this party, and as a Republican, we are an inclusive party, and we follow those canons wholeheartedly. That's why I am a Republican.
Somebody was Republican, candidate for District 99. I'm going to ask a question to find out why I'm a Republican candidate. But I'm glad you asked. I've been all over places. I've came and gone. Texas is home. As I look around, I see things are changing all over the world and with candidates in the party. I'd like to be part of the party that stands for values and morals and issues that about the people. I'm concerned about the quality and enhancement of life in Texas. So I ask you to support me in being a part of the Republican Party. Thank you.
So go ahead and pause it now, Brandon. There are dozens like this that we are going to have from all over the state. These are going to be available for us to have on our websites, in our social media. We're going to turn these into montages, into still clips, into video rolls that we're going to use over and over again. It's to force it to the point where the Democrats are stuck saying, believe us, not your own lion eyes. God bless Texas. Now back to the new business. Committeewoman Wise.
Yes, I'd like to move this resolution. It's on the screen. I can read it, or everybody can read it, which is best.
If you would read the resolve, that's the standard.
Sure. Therefore be it resolved that the Republican Party of Texas and its State Republican Executive Committee expresses its deepest gratitude to all of our chairs who stepped up to lead us admirably and effectively. RPT is better because of you and your tireless efforts, dedication, and commitment. Thank you for your work to keep Texas red.
Okay. Any discussion on this resolution as proposed? First of all, is there a second for the resolution? There is a second for the resolution. Any discussion on the resolution? Okay. Resolutions we are required to do by a record vote. But we could do without objection. So, seeing no further
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Did we have a motion to suspend?
Suspend
Since it
what?
didn't come through resolutions committee?
It's no business.
I'll make the motion.
Duly noted. Please make the motion.
Virgil Cruz, SD 15, motion to suspend bylaws to allow debate of this matter.
Of this motion. Understood. That is seconded. Okay. All in favor, it's a 2/3 motion, we'll go by voice. All in favor of suspending to consider this resolution, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Wonderful. Okay, we have now suspended. We can now consider the resolution. It is a record vote, as a resolution. So please grab your clicker. Staff is getting ready. You will be pointing at Keith right up here.
Move to amend. Chris McDonald, SD6, vote hasn't been called yet.
That is correct. Go ahead.
Simple amendment, include the names of all outgoing members as staff deems appropriate.
So you said.
All names of outgoing members to be put in there.
So, well, you mean term limited? We don't know which ones are outgoing members, because we don't know how the elections are going.
My understanding was, I thought it was for our term limited ones.
Oh, no, this is for thanking chairs for serving this term as chairs of committees of the body.
Okay, my misunderstanding.
No worries, thank you. Thank you. Okay, staff, are you ready for the vote? Okay, 1/A is going to be in favor of the resolution. 2/B is going to be opposed to the resolution. We are ready. Voting is open now. Yeah. Point your clicker at Keith. Yeah. Keith has his hands up, points clicker at him. And voting will close in 3, 2. It's not working, that's okay. We'll amend it. Voting is closed, and it sounds like we've got an amendment request. Or did it show? Did that vote show? Okay, yeah, let's go back to the detail real quick. So the motion passes, resolution is adopted. On the detail, did your vote show? No, so Sam Bryant's vote in favor of the resolution was not recorded by the system. If you'd amended that, Mr. Secretary. Sam Bryant's vote in favor of that resolution was not correctly recorded by the system. Thank you. Okay, great.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Tanya Robertson, SD11. May we have a picture of all the chairmen when we take a group?
I think that's wonderful. Right after the group photo, we'll take a photo of all the committee chairs. We'll alternate. Yes, sir.
Jason Ross, SD2. Would like to just make a quick announcement. Many of you know Michael Cloud, who used to be a member of this body, now a congressman. And then his campaign director, Bunny Pounds, who was also one of our candidate recruitment committee members, and a former congressional candidate. Bunny and Tracy Bradford, former president of Texas Eagle Forum, have recently launched, within the last 60 days, a new nonprofit known as ChristiansEngaged.org. I would encourage each of you to go to that website, ChristiansEngaged.org. This is a nonpartisan group, but we are seeking to engage believers to do three things: pray for our elected officials, vote, and get involved. And at 5:55 every Monday, you can opt in and receive a short text with some wording for a prayer for the week for our elected officials. So I just wanted to make a quick announcement. I've been privileged to be asked to be on the board of that group, and we just encourage everyone to go to ChristiansEngaged.org and to circulate word of that in your Senate districts. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
Of course.
I just want to follow up with what Jason Ross just said, David Hoffman, well. We just had a meeting with Bunny Pounds in our House for Christians Engaged. Terrific meeting, getting people involved in your community. We just did that Thursday night before I came up here on Friday. So I'd encourage you to go to ChristiansEngaged.org, get in touch with them. It's a statewide effort to get the churches and believers engaged in this political process. So, thank you very much. Thank you, and if I may remind the members, we have not yet had announcements, we're still on new business, but, so actually I'll defer to Mr. Dunham for new business.
Mark Dunham, SD 29. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sit there and request SREC vote on one of the chairman's findings, that a memo that was put up via the webpage, sitting there referring to Rule 8A, that recording and live streaming is equal and the same. According to our platform, it's recording, live streaming. And this became an issue with SD 29 as part of our bylaws, where you can record and after the meeting publish whatever you want. But we have an issue out there in El Paso of folks making comments that aren't even from our SD level or even the state of Texas, while we're sitting there having a meeting. And it turned to be very counterproductive. So that's why we put the rule in, doing a recording and then putting it out. I mean,
it shows I may. So the motion on the floor is the body always has the right of, according to our bylaws, I'm required to make clarifications as requested to anything that seems unclear in the rules. I was asked to make a clarification regarding the rule that we have that requires any of our committees, any of our entities to allow recording of meetings. I was asked, does recording also equal live stream? And I issued a clarification that said, yes. You all had not yet opined on that, which is the norm. Mr. Dunham's motion is to revise that rule clarification to change the answer from recording does equal live stream to no, recording does not equal live stream, and therefore any chair of any committee meeting could decline to allow live streaming at a meeting. Where now, because of our clarification of our current rules, they are not allowed to do so. Obviously, since we've now had a request for clarification and now we've got a concern about the clarification, obviously this is an issue that the Rules Committee at convention will need to pay special attention to. That said, that's the motion on the floor. Brandon, can you pull up that rules clarification, please, so that the members can see the specific rule number and look at the original wording and look at the wording of the clarification? But from a big picture standpoint, the question is, the rule requires chairs of meetings to allow recording. In my clarification, I said, yes, recording also equals live streaming. The request is that the body change the answer to no, recording does not equal live streaming. That's the current motion on the floor. First of all, while we're getting this all worked up, is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay, there is a second for the motion. Okay. Now would you like to speak to it? Yeah, you were already explaining why that was. In fact, I think, yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, just sort of like, even on television, you know, there's a difference between live and recordings, and it's put out there. And as I was beginning to say, that the problem that we were having is a lot of things were being stated online during the meeting that were certainly counterproductive, and the folks that were making these comments weren't even in our state, for goodness sake, let alone SD 29. So as I was saying, it was certainly counterproductive. I also, this kind of goes to another point, is I thought it was rather interesting that this clarification went out and it wasn't distributed to my fellow members of the SREC, nor to the county chairs who had to implement this. And I thought that, again, is counterproductive. All one team, one fight. I can't make changes, nor can I expect a county chair to make changes to something if we're not in the loop. But we're sitting there having, young folks are having a phone conversation who are trying to undermine the county chair directly with our state chair.
So, Mr. Dunham, with due respect, every single clarification I've ever issued has been reported at every one of these meetings. So, in fact, in my report today, I said, I do not have a clarification because there hasn't been one since the last meeting. It is always part of my report. Now, I don't know that you might have missed it, but always reported in the packet every single meeting.
Well, the first memo that was pointed was signed by one of the staff, Texas staff. When we pointed it out and looked at what went after the CRC meeting, it miraculously went down and it was signed by yourself.
So, yes, our website, which had been updated improperly, was updated correctly. That doesn't mean that the clarification wasn't issued properly. There is a difference between the website and the actual decision. Yes, ma'am.
Amy Hickey, SD 22. This is kind of an issue that's a little bit near and dear to my heart. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Words online can be problematic for those who are unable to address problems, especially in a live stream comment. A Facebook live stream, any live stream, is a recording. If you watch a live stream, you are watching a recording. It's already been recorded and it is being played back to you. For people like me who use our phones a lot and can't afford a ton of storage, trying to record a 1 hour meeting can take up time. What?
You speak for or against?
Oh. I am against this motion, yes.
And you did identify yourself as?
Amy Hickey, SD 22.
Right.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I did. So yes, I am against this motion. It's a recording. It's a new kind of recording. And when you have leadership that is afraid of being recorded, afraid of being live streamed, they need to reassess what their purpose is in leadership. Unfortunately, what happens is every county in this state affects all of us in Texas, and we know that. That's when we have these state level laws on and policies on what's happening at your local level. I'm going to absolutely encourage everybody to uphold the chairman's clarification here and just keep it easy for everybody. Because I can record something, I can upload it to Facebook, and then as people are watching it, they can still comment on it. Same words, same issues, same people. And just because it's being done at the same time is not something that any reasonable adult can't deal with.
Yes, ma'am.
Summer Wise, SD24, speaking against. I think if we are going to try and make a differentiation between streaming and recording, then we have to start looking into what sort of delay is appropriate for a recorded video that we are then going to play later. Is a 1 minute delay what we need? Is an hour delay what we need? Is it a 3 microseconds delay? That's probably what Facebook has. Live streaming is a type of recording. It is a member of the class of recording. And if there's going to be comments, there can be comments live, or there can be comments, regardless after the video is recorded. You're going to get comments. And we're not snowflakes. We don't need safe spaces.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
JTA was speaking in opposition. And members of the body, let's take just a moment or two. First of all, for you semi to new members, we have discussed this ad nauseum, way back when I was a freshman at SREC, way back. We have worked with this, we have staffed this, we have taken this apart at the technical level. The chairman's affirmation is correct. And that's why I'm asking you today to vote this down. We've been through this. We understand clearly what's going on and why that rule was put in place and why it's been affirmed over and over and over again. This is not hard. This is not rocket science. I'm going to urge you to vote this down. Thank you, members.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, SD 23 Leslie Thomas. I was going to make it through this meeting without speaking, but I speak in favor of this motion. Hear me out. I am for recording. I am for massive transparency. But when this rule was worked out, this technology did not exist. It is new technology we can live stream. And so, like the President's Council said, we need to square our corners. A recording is recording. It is not live streaming. There's a difference between recording, and you see it on TV, it says recorded, means it happened in the past. And live streaming means it is present, it is going on now. So the issues that we're dealing with now were not issues with live streamings that we could have taken testimonies on in Rules Committee. So they're different issues, and they have not been heard yet, and they have not been anticipated in with this new rule. So I ask you to vote for the integrity of the word record. Record means something different than live streaming. And this can be taken up in our Rules Committee at the convention.
Thank you. Sir?
Mark Ramsey, SD7. I would take slight issue with Member Wise in that I would never characterize Mr. Dunham as a potential snowflake. But that
inside, deep inside.
But that said, I would support the chair ruling and therefore will be voting against this motion. I think we're hearing distinctions without a big difference. The internet is real. One of the biggest accomplishments I've personally seen over the last 8 years is this long march toward transparency. Transparency is good whenever there's donor money, elected officials of any sort involved. More transparent, the better. So I'm gonna be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Raines, SD 26. I'm, like many of the SREC members, I'm one of the more senior members, I'd like to ask a point of information from one of our younger members who is technologically capable, because as I understand it, and I'm still confused, all live streaming involves recording, but not all recording involves live streaming. I think that's the most logical way to put it. Some young techie, please correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't see any indication. Any further discussion for or against the motion? It looks like we have a couple.
Mr. Chairman, David Howard, ask you to restate the motion.
Yes, the motion is to reverse the clarification of the chair. And instead of making the clarification of the rule that recording as required to be allowed in our rules does include live streaming, it would reverse that and make recording as required to be allowed in our rules not include live streaming. So if someone could be holding up a phone and recording a video, they could not be prevented from doing that. If they were holding up the same phone and recording and live streaming simultaneous to Facebook or anything else, they could be prevented from doing that. That's the question in front of the body. Yes, sir.
Warren Nord, SD10. I would bring to the attention two things. Number one, the Open Meetings Act of Texas has language in it that says we're going to always allow recording at public organizations. And then it also says that this includes further developing technology as we go forward, because for once our Texas legislature recognized that new things appear. And so we're going to allow that technology to be developed, and then we're going to still allow it to be published as it happens. I would also bring to the attention of the body that no matter what rule we make, it gets easier and easier to record and broadcast. And so if we fool ourselves into saying this is secret when it's not, then we're not going to help ourselves. If you go to the Vatican, and 20 years ago you couldn't take pictures, today you can. The whole nation of Italy realized you cannot control this. Don't try to. So any attempt to try to control this is going to be error prone and fail. And it's better to just openly recognize you're going to be recorded, so let it be. Thank you.
Sorry. Ma'am. Ma'am? But, sorry, be sure and speak into the microphone and identify your SD for the live stream.
I favor this motion because I believe that each county is specific, and the county chair is aware of what's going on in each county. We have specific things going on in El Paso County. Our concern is we will lose our Republicans that are working so hard in our county right now to stay red and keep the Republican Party running. We have people who are working under the table. They don't like the leadership. They don't understand that the leadership is why we're still there in El Paso. So this is a very critical moment for us. It would be okay if I believe, that each chair knows their district, they know their county. So our chairman should be able to say, because our bylaws do say that they can film. I think they have the ability to go ahead and film it, but don't live stream it, because that's when we're getting outside people subverting us, saying different things, and then the meeting goes crazy. And we just want to keep our Republican Party there to continue to work. We have a very effective chairman who's got good people working for him. They do lots of fundraising, and all that's going to go away, and I can tell you that for sure. I've been there long enough to know. So I favor this motion. I favor the precinct chair should have the option to say yay or nay on live streaming in their meetings, because they know their county, they know their people, they know their group, and we know what's going on.
And by the way, let me take this chance to thank the committee woman for running against a work some time ago and trying to save us all from him. Thank you. And congratulations to El Paso for the victory in the El Paso City Council, where we now have a new Republican on the El Paso City Council.
Yes, just further clarification, because there's been a few things said. I'm not trying to change the SREC ruling because that absolutely included live streaming. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Rule 8A, which the term is recording. What we were trying to do is comply with said platform, okay, out there in El Paso County, requesting that you could sit there and record the thing and put it out as soon as the meeting is over. I'm not trying to limit anybody from recording the whole darn thing and posting it up. I couldn't care less. What I was trying to prevent, along with my county chairman, is this comments being made while the meeting's taking place, and it was becoming a distraction during the meeting where all of a sudden people were saying things that were absolutely untrue and posting it up, and then everybody walks out of the meeting and go, what the hell is this? So that's all I'm trying to prevent. As far as I'm concerned, it can be all out there. I'm not trying to limit transparency. Rock the heck on it. I couldn't care less. So what?
Speaking from personal experience, I can tell you that no matter when it's posted, people will make stuff up. Sorry. I've seen that a lot, yeah. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, JT was SC11. Just a point of information, sir, membership, the body is not confused. Right now, we are voting to either uphold,
actually, the motion is to reverse
So could you clarify
the interpretation of the chair. So the clarification by the chair. The chair is required by Rule 1F to clarify any perceived ambiguities in the state party rules. This is a perceived ambiguity in the state party rules. I was asked to clarify, I issued a clarification. This motion is to reverse the clarification that I have issued.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. With that, I call the question.
Okay. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed calling the question, say nay. The ayes have it. We have called the question. We are now voting on the motion whether or not to overrule, reverse the clarification issued by the chair. Reversing the clarification issued by the chair would make it so that while recordings still must be allowed at every meeting of the party and its associated entities, live streaming would not be required to be allowed at every meeting of the party and its associated entities.
Mr. Chairman, JT Edwards, SC11. So would it be, for clarification for the body's sake, just to make it simpler, a vote of yes would mean to overrule your ruling. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And a vote of no would be to sustain your ruling. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody got that?
Okay.
We're good?
A yes is a vote for Mr. Dunham's preferred interpretation of the perceived ambiguity. A no vote is for my interpretation of the perceived ambiguity. That's probably the easiest way to think of it. Okay? So this does not require a record vote. All in favor of Mr. Dunham's motion, all in favor of Mr. Dunham's interpretation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. The names have it. Thank you, Mr. Dunham. Any further new business?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Having not completed the agenda, that is out of order. Yes, sir. Okay, sorry. Give me a moment. Mr. McCloskey, you just give us a moment, we'll be out. Yes, sir.
Mark Ramsey, SD7, I would like to provide notice to strike the Auxiliary Coalitions Committee from our bylaws at the next SREC meeting.
So noted, we will issue that notice well in advance.
And if I might have a personal privilege moment?
Yes, sir. No, that's what he's trying to avoid, yeah, sorry. Make do with that. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I just wanna say, this is my last meeting outside of the commission meeting. Just been blessed in so many ways over the years, as have many of you. I've had the privilege of serving under 3 chairs, starting with Chairman Ministeri, who's still in the room. Opportunity to be on the SREC just affords this inherent opportunity to promote ideas that are near and dear to your heart, that most people will never get to experience. Helping to originally elect Chair Dickey and a return to the unrestricted debate that we had when I came in under Chairman Ministeri. Perhaps too many issues to mention. You can laugh.
Yes, too many issues.
The most important being the long march toward transparency. Many, many, many friends, thanks to all of you. And last but not least, having the opportunity of having Clint mentor me. That's wonderful.
Okay.
No, I was there. I heard it.
Yes, sir.
JTA was just the 11th. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can I bring it down front?
Sure. Give me a moment. And the D's for a moment.
Mr. Chairman, JTA was just the 11th. I object to the consideration of the motion being taken. Thank you.
Okay. Objection to consideration of the motion requires a 2/3 vote. It is not debatable.
Yes, there was a second.
No second required.
To the original.
I don't even know if there was a second to my motion.
Okay. If 2/3 passes, it disposes of the motion. If not, then we will move into debate of the motion.
Point of order, there's no second to her original.
Yeah. Good point. Is there a second to the original motion? The motion fails without a second. Oh, we have a second. Okay. There is a second, therefore we are on the objection to consideration. This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of objecting to consideration of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Okay, thank you. Now, Brandon.
Yes, I do have a couple of very quick ones, just a couple of quick announcements. These boxes over in the corner, there's the platform push cards. Please come and get some, get a box, get 2 or 3 boxes, so that we don't have to take all these back, because the girls will still me. You won't ever see me again. Also, if you need any of the 10K for 10 hours, stop by and see Stephanie and Joanna out here to pick those up. And then the last thing I was asked to mention that during lunch, we had a campaign video with an important impeachment update from Senator Cornyn that we missed playing. So we could play that.
Okay. Is the body interested in an impeachment update from the senior senator from Texas? Okay. Without objection, we will move forward to playing the video. And don't forget, we're gonna do the photos right after this. That's the chair photo and the group photo. We're gonna do it in front of this your left screen here. While we wait, any other announcements? Any further announcements? Oh, yeah, actually, I did fail to mention,
We showed the website. We did not tell you that we are working on a podcast. We were inspired to do that by the incredible podcast done by the Young Republicans. So, if you could real quick name and describe the podcast.
Yes, Rolando Garcia speaking on behalf of Texas Young Republicans. Just wanted to let you all know that Texas Young Republicans has started a new political podcast. It's called the Big Texas Podcast. It's been up for about a month now. I think we've had about 15 episodes available. It's very thoughtful, very probing interviews with lots of great conservative candidates. So while you're sitting through your next endless meeting, please check and listen to the podcast, and I think you'll enjoy it. Thank you.
Here. I'm a subscriber. It's a great podcast. I highly recommend it. Okay. Sammy? Brandon? Keep going. Any other announcements? Yes, ma'am.
Do we have dates for the next state chair forum?
I'm not sure. Would I wait for the next state chair forum? Yeah. Well, I'll connect that with my campaign. Okay, are we ready? Thank you, George.
What is happening?
There we go, ready. Here we go. Don't worry, the video will catch up with sound, just keep
For
going.
weeks, the Senate has been transformed into an embarrassing sideshow by Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer. Democrats have been trying to remove our duly elected president from office since the day he got there. And we all know this trial is a partisan sham. Punishment for searching a crime that doesn't exist. Well, I was proud to vote against allowing Democrats to continue this circus by calling more witnesses. And I'll be proud to cast my vote alongside Senator Cruz to acquit the president. Don Jr. called me a loyal supporter and his father's biggest ally. You can bet I'm going to fight for what's right. Once the president's acquitted, Fred and I can get back to work and do what we were sent here to do, like filling judicial vacancies. The conservative transformation of our courts will be President Trump's single-greatest legacy. Our conservative footprint will last for generations, thanks to our work from 187 new federal judges, 20 here in Texas. Plus, 2 Supreme Court justices, including Brett Kavanaugh. Democrats and their allies are going to do every jury stripping and booking. But we need less than rulers to give their life. In addition to finding protection in Washington, I took a close eye on the race of South Home. My team is confident that President Trump's campaign, the Republican Party's candidate, and Governor Abbott's campaign. Together, we're committed to ensuring Republicans win, and win big, from the White House to the courthouse. And we need strong Republicans like you to continue to fight in your communities and across our state. I hope you'll join us as we keep fighting for President Trump's agenda and to put voters on better work. Thank you for everything you do. Let's get to work.
So, I have one last announcement, for my appointments, in an effort to get the most feedback and preparation for the state convention. I would like to announce my appointments to chair each of the temporary committees for the state convention. That includes credentials, which will be chaired by Summer Wise Yen, organization, which will be chaired by Robin Armstrong, rules, which will be chaired by Virgil Cruz, legislative priorities by Mark Ramsey, and platform and resolutions by Mark Durazio. So, if there are no further announcements, I will now take up your motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. We are adjourned. Come up here for the photo. Come up here for the photo.